parce que je n'ai pas un fret maritime qui vienne du Nigeria, du port du Nigeria au port de Cotonou facilement. C'est des questions simples que jusqu'à présent, depuis, je vais dire bientôt 50 ans, puisque nous avons une union douanière qui date de 50 ans, que nous n'avons pas encore trouvé, en tout cas, la façon la plus simple de coopérer ensemble pour faciliter les échanges et permettre à nos opérateurs économiques de vivre du commerce, parce que nous n'avons pas inventé le commerce. Le commerce est en nous depuis la nuit des temps. Depuis la création du monde, le commerce existe. Notre challenge à nous, c'est de le faciliter et de permettre à ce que nos populations puissent vivre convenablement et dignement du commerce. C'est notre responsabilité de faciliter ces échanges-là. Alors moi, je souhaiterais, en tout cas, c'est ma position et c'est ma contribution, c'est de nous poser la question de savoir est-ce que nous avons mis en place tous les leviers qui permettent aux Ouest africains de commercer facilement avant même d'arriver au niveau continental. Nous, le Bénin n'a pas encore ratifié FTCA parce que je ne comprends pas comment, ne serait-ce que pour me rendre dans un pays africain frère, j'ai besoin de visa. Vous me dites, facilite l'entrée de la marchandise, mais ne facilite pas l'entrée de la personne qui porte la marchandise. C'est beaucoup plus cher de partir de Cotonou à Dakar ou de Cotonou au Libéria que de partir de Cotonou à Londres ou de Lagos à Londres. C'est des questions faciles sur lesquelles nous devons d'abord nous pencher avant de dire nous commerçons ensemble. On n'arrive même pas à se parler ensemble. On n'arrive pas à avoir, vous avez évoqué la question de la monnaie, d'avoir des cas de compensation qui fonctionnent, d'avoir des monnaies stables avant même de nous dire allez ouvrir les frontières. Donc j'aimerais qu'on puisse se poser ces questions-là et de dire, ne serait-ce qu'en Afrique de l'Ouest, au bout de 50 ans, avons-nous tiré réellement profit de notre union douanière? Est-ce que nous facilitons vraiment l'échange de nos produits? Moi, je produis de l'eau avec une source naturelle qui s'appelle Posotomen. Mais Posotomen ne se vend pas au Nigeria. Mais j'ai de l'eau du Nigeria qui vient au Bénin. Donc, j'aimerais qu'on puisse faciliter les échanges déjà entre nous, que ce soit portuaire, que ce soit maritime, que ce soit aérien, avant de pouvoir passer à l'étape des produits. Donc, pour augmenter ou pour faciliter les échanges, c'est d'abord, trouvons le mécanisme le plus simple, le plus réaliste, qui inclut toutes nos populations, du plus petit commerçant à la plus grosse multinationale. Merci.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. I'm going to come back to Mr. Gumel and just ask, the Honorable Minister just touched on it, you know, rules of origin, moving from one country to another. Explain the complexity from a user perspective, one of the biggest conglomerates in the region. How do you maneuver through that? And what is the one big change that we should be looking to make to help that rules of origin complexity be reduced and therefore facilitate more trade?
Thank you. So when you talk about movement, there has to be production and there has to be processing. Things just don't move. Somebody has to make them. There are certain countries who are quite keen to support backward integration, local production, local processing, and then the distribution happens. Because trade is actually the downstream side. Somebody has to produce the raw material, somebody has to process that raw material and package it, and then the traders get it to market. So when the trader does not have local production and processing, he will source it from elsewhere. And so when we talk about trade and like what the Honorable Minister mentioned about the ports of Liberia, etc., it is about import because the local processing and production is not there. If you look at how the Europeans have created a single market area, you now find how many countries in Europe today are true manufacturers. A lot of them are worried whenever China coughs, everybody in Europe starts to panic, or when India coughs, everybody in Europe starts to panic. And for us, like I mentioned earlier too, there are certain Asian countries that as soon as they cough, everybody starts to panic. There are more pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, we have factories in Thailand, in UAE, etc. And we look.
And we do.
Sorry?
You say we keep talking about trade. We were told to talk about trade.
Yes.
And how we overcome the barriers. So how can we overcome the barrier?
Like I said, there are no barriers. There's free trade. What we need to do is to make it fair. And to make it fair, you have to talk to manufacturers. If we keep talking about trade, then there's a briefcase guy that is going to show up, create his entire business, 2 vessels land, things move. For you to have a fair Africa trade policy, it has to be fair to the producers. Those producers create jobs. Almost every single Africa raw material is natural. We are not at the synthetic level of raw material. We are still natural products. Whether it is cotton, whether it is shea nut, whether it is cashew, whether it is rice paddy, these are natural resources that need to be harnessed using Africans.
So what is the one policy that needs to be changed for manufacturers?
We need to match whatever the Asians are doing because they look after their own industries. And when they have excess, it gets to us and then we consume it. And every time, there's always an equilibrium. Whenever the rural economy is booming, the urban economy suffers because the consumer, the rural guy is making a lot of money and the consumer is paying a lot, and vice versa. So I think that equilibrium is very important. It has to be an Africa fair trade policy where manufacturers, processors, etc., are also factored into the whole conversation. We need to be proud of made in Africa, whatever Africa is. It has to be something that we actually need to take very seriously. We need to look at this bottle and say, what percentage of this bottle is made in Africa? And apart from the water, most of the raw materials are imported. And that's where we need to start looking at.
Okay. Okay. Well said. Well said. Abubakar, from a finance perspective, what is the one change, the most important catalytic change that we can make to enhance financial innovation?
Well,
to facilitate trade?
If we want to optimize what we have, which is obsolete in most ways, then what we're going to talk about is ask ourselves, how do we allow the financial institutions to open branches across border and engage? But I think that is an obsolete way to deal with current problem. I think we should build a payment framework that allows all the banking system across the region to integrate. Meaning that I should be able to initiate a payment from here on behalf of a Nigerian trader or a Nigerian buyer to a seller somewhere in Cote d'Ivoire that I have never met, don't speak the language, whose bank I've never seen. That kind of framework is possible with current technology. And I keep going back to the work AfCFTA has done with the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. I don't want us to replicate, but I think as West Africans, we should become first adopter. We should become very committed to adopting that platform. And I think we should even use, where possible, policy or regulation to fast track that. Why am I saying that? That would give us a competitive advantage when the continental free trade movement actually takes off, right? If it does take off. But in terms of what can we do, and I think you've been very clear about your interest in the small businesses. Every small business is an offshoot of a big business. Every small business you see is either selling something to a big business or is buying something from a big business and distributing. So if you want to fix small business, you have to first make sure that the big businesses themselves scale. And what do we need to do to scale big businesses on the continent today? I think we should also start by differentiating between free trade in foreign goods on the continent and free trade of African goods. If you want to have free trade of African goods, you have to solve the production problem for Africa. Otherwise, the best you can do is to import foreign goods and then trade it freely across border. That is not progress. What do we need to do to solve the Africa production problem? I think we need to solve the Africa governance problem. I started earlier by saying, for finance to work for Africa, we have to stabilize prices. Without stable prices, especially the price of your currency, you will never have domestic savings. Without domestic savings, you will never build the kind of industry that serves your country. You will build the kind of industry that is designed for export of raw material. So again, and I'm lucky, this is a conversation that includes heads of states and very senior government officials. We need to understand that when countries or when trade regions like the EU said that we're going to have certain caps in deficit spending, the reason is that if you do not stabilize, if you don't fix deficit spending, you can't fix inflation. If you don't fix inflation, you can't stabilize prices. If you don't stabilize prices, you cannot attract investment and you cannot create savings. So we can't talk about the transformational change in trade without talking about the governance reform that is necessary. Otherwise, we are simply going to optimize existing trade. And that will be lucky to add another 30% to the trade volume.
Okay. Matthew Stevenson, what is the one thing that we can do to overcome the barriers?
Thanks, Yvonne. I hope I'm not going to cheat and say two. Okay.
Be my guest.
So the first one I think is digitization. Getting rid of paper. It will help create more predictability, transparency, efficiency, lower costs, speed up processes. For example, working in partnership with governments in West Africa and across Africa, we've been helping digitize sanitary and phytosanitary certificates so that agricultural produce doesn't get stuck and rot in ports for lack of the certification being produced quickly and efficiently. These are called e-phyto certificates. So there's a whole digitization effort that I think can benefit everyone. The second point I'd like to make is about the new technologies. This is about AI, blockchain, Internet of Things, robotics, 3D printing. These are about to revolutionize trade. And I think what we can do as policymakers and business is to embrace them and create the regulatory framework so they can be used, so that these again can increase efficiency and African traders and African trading environments can leverage these new technologies. We call this at the World Economic Forum trade tech, the application of technologies to trade, and we're researching this every year by a survey of 1,000 businesses to understand how are the new technologies being adopted, where are they being used, what's holding back their adoption successfully. For example, with AI, this is of course something that everybody talks about, but we're really looking at the use cases when it comes to trade in ports and elsewhere. AI to manage supply chains, AI for trade compliance, AI for customs procedures. How can these new technologies help us save time and cost and create new efficiencies? But it requires the right
AI is good.
approach.
Thank you.
I mean, we all have to
we need
approach it
to
with
give
an open mind.
Jibril time to share his views as well. And we are saving the best and last words for the two honorable ministers that we have. So thank you for that, Matthew. We also, Jibril and Akile, please share with us that one thing that you think could be catalytic in overcoming barriers and facilitating more trade.
Equity, equity, equity. I think there's been a lot of focus on debt. I think we need to build systems and structures that support and inject equity into SMEs. If I were to add a second, it would be trade-focused insurance products that allow us trade across borders. The insurance companies today, at least using Nigeria as an example, are not very adept at providing those kind of solutions, so we rely on LCs from banks. Imagine if we had institutions that could provide insurance and guarantees targeted towards trade. It would make a big difference.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to just ask Honorable Minister of Trade for Nigeria, please give us one thing that you think is the most important thing that your ministry is working on, the most catalytic. I know that you're working on many things.
Yeah, there are many things. I think the most catalytic for this particular audience would be coordination. So coordination at a national level to make sure that policies and the implementation, the operationalization of national and regional trade is well coordinated. So we're speaking to each other in the same language, getting the same job done. And so at the domestic level, and then when we come together sub-regionally and regionally, especially in this time globally where there's so many headwinds, there's a lot going on in the tariff space, there are conflicts, there's a lot of moving parts. And so as West Africans, we have to be extremely coordinated in what we're doing, how we're doing it, when we're doing it, and very focused on impact.
Thank you. We have the best and the last word for the Honorable Minister of Trade from the Republic of Benin.
Merci. Alors, je voudrais prendre 3 points. Le premier point, nous sommes notre fameux corridor Abidjan-Lagos. Nous devons travailler là-dessus, non seulement dans le cadre pour stabiliser un cadre bancaire ensemble, mais également un cadre intégré de gestion des risques. Parce que le risque fait que nos produits, tout ce que nous pouvons entreprendre en Afrique de l'Ouest n'est pas compétitif à cause d'une gestion des risques trop élevée. Nous sommes encore perçus par les investisseurs, même qui sont là aujourd'hui sur ce panel. Ils se disent, investir en Afrique de l'Ouest est encore risqué. Donc tous, autant qu'ils sont ici, ils diversifient leur business ailleurs, au-delà même de l'Afrique. Oui, un cadre intégré de paiement stabilisé, mais également un cadre intégré de gestion des risques qui nous permettra non seulement d'optimiser le coût de nos produits, mais également de faciliter une fois de plus la circulation de nos produits. Vous savez, au Bénin, nous avons modernisé tout ce qui nous permet d'être plus rapide, non seulement de douaner les produits, optimiser le transit, mais également intégrer tous nos petits producteurs et nos petits transformateurs, puisque nous ne sommes que 14 millions d'habitants. Nigeria, c'est 200 millions d'habitants. En Afrique de l'Ouest, nous gravitons pratiquement tous autour du Nigeria. Donc, nous devons trouver un cadre ensemble pour rendre optimale la façon dont nous gérons et nos produits pour aussi être attractifs au niveau du continent. Ne serait-ce qu'en Afrique de l'Ouest, autour du Nigeria, nous représentons un marché convoité par tous et nos opérateurs économiques devraient être en quelque sorte les rois du monde. Aujourd'hui, je vois votre souffrance, vous en parlez tous les jours, mais que faisons-nous au bout de 50 ans? Que faisons-nous pour que vous soyez épanouis dans le commerce? On ne va pas dire rien, mais nous devons revoir parce qu'au moment où nous nous sommes mis ensemble pour rendre compétitif notre commerce, nos produits, la Chine n'existait pas, l'Inde n'existait pas, le Brésil, ils n'étaient pas tous ouverts sur le monde. Nous avons été ouverts sur le monde avant eux. Mais aujourd'hui, nous courons après eux. Nous devons nous poser des questions, de se dire, c'est peut-être le moment, ce sommet-là est également peut-être le rendez-vous qui nous permettra de nous reposer les bonnes questions, non seulement monétaires, réduction des risques, mais également optimisation de notre corridor. Merci.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. I have the privilege of trying to summarize some very important contributions today, and then we'll leave it open for one or two questions from the audience. Some of the most important things that we've heard today, really around policy, implementation, regulation, harmonization. Importantly, if we don't have the manufacturers around the table contributing to the usefulness of those policies, it's an important catalyst to have them around the table going forward. We've heard the difference about the informal sector and the importance of the informal sector and the need to make sure that we actually include them. We've also heard about backward integration and improving local processing. From some of the things that we've heard in terms of technology, digitalization, AI, blockchain, AI is particularly important, and there are initiatives in Africa today that are using AI and machine learning to access how small traders are doing business and how they can capture their business in a way that meets them at their point of need to do business. So lots of progress going on there as well. And digitalization, if we had that, we wouldn't have people having to fill many documents and open up gaps for things to happen. Important point on scale, and particularly the distinction between looking at free trade for African goods and free trade for foreign goods, and how we can facilitate that in a way that is constructive. Really important contributions around alternative forms of financing, insurance products, particularly important to support what the banks are doing in terms of making financing accessible to small businesses. So there are trade credits initiatives to provide insurance to manufacturers who will extend credit to small businesses. And that is something that can help support as well. A very, very important contribution that was made around the integrated the framework for integrated payments across the continent. Reference was made to PAPS, but that's not the only solution. Again, we do have other solutions that are there, that are being worked on at the moment and being used at the moment. It's much easier. I mean, we're talking about this while we're discussing it at the back. It's much easier now to transfer money across Africa than it certainly was 5 years ago. I want to end on a note where we do recognize the fact that, because there was still discussion around the fact that we need stable currency, we need stable economies. Africa free trade is growing at 6.6% per year. Our African economies as a whole are growing faster, one of the fastest growing economies in the world. Things are not perfect, but our FX is stabilizing, inflation is coming down, and we are getting more interesting macro conditions than we've seen in a while. So we do have our work cut out, and there is a lot of progress that's being made in terms of technology and finance and the other areas that we said. We've gotten note of this, and what I would do is really thank the panelists for your incredible contribution this morning. And we have not enough time to ask questions, but if someone can signal to me whether I'm allowed to ask questions or not, I will. Otherwise, I'll end with a note of thanks for your contributions, and thank you very much. If someone doesn't stop me, I'm going to take questions just so we can participate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is David. I'm from the World Trade Center. The question, I'm excited to see that the Ministers for Industry and Investment for Benin Republic and Nigeria is here. December 2018, the Nigeria shut the border against Benin Republic. And that has really affected trade across the Lagos-Abuja corridor. And in retaliation, Benin Republic levied on, on trucks that are transiting through Benin Republic to Ghana. So the question I want to ask is, how can we achieve a single market or an integrated market when policies like this continue to affect, traders? So, and the two ministers are here. So my question is, how can we reverse some of these policy bottlenecks that are inhibiting flow of goods, especially across the Lagos-Abidjan trade corridor? Thank you very much.
Is there a specific policy bottleneck that you have in mind?
That is what I just talked about, the levy, the transit levy of 8 million CFA on every truck that is passing through Benin Republic to Ghana, as a way to, let's say retaliation, for the closure of the border at that level, at semi-border. And smuggling has actually increased, even at with the closure of the border on that corridor. And of course, there has been bottlenecks of customs, immigration, and a lot of checkpoints along that corridor that has made it very difficult to trade along the Lagos-Abidjan trade corridor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that's why my point was that the ease of doing business, which I've worked on for many years, is not one thing in isolation. And so we have here several agency heads. The Comptroller General of Customs is here, the different agencies in charge. It's granular work that we continue to engage with private sector. Sometimes you make progress, you delineate what the problems are. I know all the checkpoints on the way to semi-border, but what we're doing to address them, the key game changer in this administration is the single window project, which is a portal architecture that will help the payment solution and the processing solution. The most important thing is to work on transparency and efficiency of the public service delivery, which is why in my speech, I mentioned digital public infrastructure. When you remove the human element and you remove the opportunity for human contact and corruption, you make a lot more progress. So this administration, led by Mr. President, commissioned the National Single Window Project. Our technical partner is Crimson Logic, and they're leaders in the world. And so that project has been ongoing with several agencies. It also speaks to digitization and what the administration has been doing in that regard. Matthew also alluded to that. So whether it's for movement of people, of which the Minister of Interior has made significant headways with e-passports and the like, using technology and automation, or with trade facilitation, which is probably the biggest challenge within country and also across the region. These are the granular bottlenecks that as a collective, we continue to work on.
Thank you. And it speaks to your point, which I forgot to mention about coordination being really important. I've been allowed one more question before we call it a wrap. Can someone give? Where's the mic?
Yeah, a microphone was smuggled here before then. Thank you very much. Je vous commencez par dire merci à tout le membre du panel, particulièrement Madame la Ministre du Bénin. I just want to welcome you to Nigeria and wish you a great stay in Nigeria, you and all our delegates from across the sub-region. I'm not particularly worried about the issue raised by the last speaker, about the tensions that has characterized the relationship that we have with our close neighbors, particularly Benin Republic. The incident he cited was in 2019, some 4 or 5 years ago. And we have since moved on since then. And from 2019 to 2025, we've had understanding that we need each other as neighbors. And that particularly explains why very high-ranking members of the Benin government are here to participate in this summit. And we're making progress in terms of how we work together, how we collaborate together. I can say a lot about the customs space, where we've reached an advanced stage in the process of getting connectivity of our system so that we can trade a little bit more easily and eradicate smuggling, at least reduce smuggling along our borders. But what has given me more concerns is the fact that in a forum where we are discussing intra-African trade, particularly in our sub-region, the voice of customs is a little bit muted. Not only in the fact that we have a panel that is constituted of all the major actors in the trade chain, with the exception of customs. Perhaps we are going to have more sessions later in the evening, later in the day or tomorrow. But this is what I have seen as the bane of our attempts to increase and accelerate integration of trade in our sub-region. Because from what we have seen, what we heard from Farouk, what we heard from Abubakar, what we heard from our man from the finance systems, there are developments that are going on, and these developments are moving in parallel lines. There is no attempt at that level to seek and establish convergence. So at the financial level, the PAPs represent a game changer to address the problem of payment system in trade. What we are seeing at the level of AfCFTA is to gradually remove all the non-tariff barriers to trade. But in all of this, and these are all developments that are moving at parallel directions, there is the need to integrate all the actors together. Madam Minister of Trade in Nigeria talks about coordination that we are doing at the domestic level in Nigeria. We are not seeing that kind of coordination at the regional level and at the continental level. So when we have platforms like this, we need to bring all stakeholders, including customs, into the conversations, so that as the financial people are talking about the progress in the financial system, they will be able to bring on board how does customs factor into this. Farouk announced that he sees his products in Burkina Faso. He doesn't know how those things get there. He doesn't want to know whether the traders were frustrated at the borders or whether it was facilitated. They also need to understand what products, it's not just about the production at the domestic level, those goods are going to cross the border, and they need to understand what their products the conditions that they must fulfill before they cross the border and get into the shelves.
Thank you so much for your
Thank
contribution. Thank you. Point well noted about coordination from customs, because customs border controls is still a major issue for trade across Africa. So point well noted about customs being included in the policy discussions and the implementations going forward, more included, I should say. Thank you very much. I want to thank our distinguished, Honorable Minister of Trade for Benin has something to say.
Yes, I would like to add something. Alors, cette fois-ci en français and French, of course. Merci, Monsieur le Douanier. Je suis content de vous entendre parce que nous avons travaillé beaucoup ces derniers mois et nous avons convenu que la douane nigériane serait au port de Cotonou pour faciliter et réduire les risques. Et j'espère que nous allons pouvoir mettre en œuvre cette résolution-là, parce que nous, notre souhait, c'est quoi? Je disais tout à l'heure, moi, je suis 14 millions d'habitants. Le Nigeria est très important pour nous. C'est d'avoir une free zone, puisque jusque-là, nous n'avons pas encore pu opérationnaliser pleinement tout ce que nous nous sommes dit depuis 1975. C'est que nous, on peut dire, nous, on va se donner la main tout de suite. Nous sommes proches d'avoir une free zone et donner l'exemple, voir concrètement comment on peut ensemble et très rapidement faciliter justement ce que vous avez évoqué tout à l'heure, tout ce qui est petits commerçants, les introduire dans le formel parce que les règles de la free zone seraient très claires à travers la transparence, la stabilisation de la monnaie, trouver des façons d'échanger non seulement la monnaie, mais également des produits fiables, sans qu'il y ait de substitution entre nous. De la confiance est très importante dans le commerce et on le sait. Et j'aimerais qu'on puisse déjà commencer par opérationnaliser ça. Quand les autres pays, nos pays frères, verront que cela fonctionne, mais bien on pourra justement revoir ensemble les tests et surtout la mise en œuvre de nos tests que nous avons écrits ensemble depuis 1975, qui, à mon avis, sont très bons, mais à la mise en œuvre, on devrait peut-être commencer par un exemple pilote à travers ce qu'on s'était dit.
Thank you
Merci.
so much. Thank you. Well, we'll call it a wrap. Thank you very much.
Let's put our hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. Let me invite the Honorable Minister of State for Foreign Affairs. Please join them for the photograph. Please, thank you. While the photograph is going on, let me recognize the Controller General of Customs, Mr. Adewale Bashir Adeni, is here with us. Thank you very much. I welcome you. Thank you. And also here, I'd like to welcome His Imperial Majesty, Ikuba Bayeye, Oba Bimbola Akim Owade the First. They are laughing for you. Kabiyesi, I welcome you. Ayaba Abiwumi Owade is also here. You're welcome. Oba Joel Oyatoye Oloroforo is also here. And then Oba Demola Julius Ajibola Oluson of Ijara is also here. I welcome you, Kabiyesi. Thank you very much. The Minister of Economy and Regional Integration of Guinea-Bissau, His Excellency Suarez Sambu, is also here. I welcome you. Thank you very much. For the panel, in case you need headsets, our technical people will give to you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving into our next panel, but let me also tell you that the next panel will be running concurrently with the deal room. The deal room will be happening behind the stage here. Those who have invitation to be part of the deal room, we need to go there. The deal room is business beyond borders, and it's a case of government to government, business to government, business to business, and those who have invitation should be there. We are also expecting that the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment will help us open the deal room. But for now, we move on to our next panel, and these are the panelists. The moderator is Mr. Yusuf Ibrahim Bako, Department of International Relations, Bayes University. That's our moderator. And these are panelists. John Olajide, Chairman, Corporate Council on Africa, Chairman, Cavista Holdings. Dr. Tayo Aduloju, CEO, Nigeria Economic Summit Group. Nura Dan Musa, CEO, Contrix Real Estate Limited. And Obioma Suzu, Country Economics, Islamic Development Bank. Those are our panelists. I want to welcome them on stage now, led by the moderator, Mr. Yusuf Ibrahim Bako. While this panel is going on, the deal room behind the stage, for those that have the invitation card, should move there now. The deal room, for those that have the invitation card, should move there now. I invite the panelists now. We're expecting the panelists on stage. These are members of the panel. Moderator, yes, that's him, Mr. Yusuf Ibrahim Bako. Obioma Suzu, Country Economics, Islamic Development Bank, Nuradam Musa, CEO, Contrix Real Estate, Dr. Tayo Adiloju, CEO, Nigeria Economic Summit Group, John Olajide, Chairman, Corporate Council on Africa. That's your panel. For the next panel discussion, I'll hand over to the moderator.
Thank you very much.
So, Excellencies here present, please allow me to stand on all existing protocol. Thank you very much, my fellow panelists. My name is Yusuf Ibrahim Bako. It is an absolute pleasure to be here with you all today. This panel today is the second one, and we'll be speaking about global competition, scaling exports via industrialization and port reforms. To introduce my panelists, I think we've already agreed that we'll be quite informal in this one, right? So I have Mr. John Olajide, Chairman of Corporate Council on Africa. He's the Chairman of Kavista Holdings. Noura Dan Musa, CEO of Constrix Real Estate. Dr. Obioma Asuzu of the Islamic Development Bank, and Dr. Tayo Adiloju of the Nigerian Economic Summit. So, to kick off, what are we here to talk about? Africa's global trade performance remains limited by low industrial capacity and serves as a, trade facilitation constraints that it needs to find to scale through into the larger global order of the economic world, right? So there's cross-sectoral reforms that integrate trade, transport, logistics, and industrial policy. These things are very crucial to enhance Africa's export competitiveness. With the full implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Africa could increase its income by approximately 7% by 2035 and boost exports by 154%. This is including a 109% rise in intra-Africa trade. Now, this is where we in the region need to find synergy. How do we go about connecting the dots in the region to get us competitive? How do we go about building that scalable industrialization that allows us to export and harness our economy? John, if I could start with you.
Thank you, Yusuf, and I hope everyone can hear me loud and clear. First of all, I want to congratulate, the president for putting on this West Africa Economic Summit. It's very timely. I also want to congratulate the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and just the interministerial team that's working to put this incredible event together. And I also, they've been just really distinguished private sector players here as well. So just having all these people come together to have this discussion is really important. Interestingly, with the panel, we had an interesting conversation backstage as we were unpacking this topic. And, typically when people think about ports, they're thinking just seaports. But as I share my thoughts, I want to speak in a more integrated manner. But I think before I even get into that point, let me give the audience some of the context for my background so I share where I'm speaking from. As Yusuf mentioned, I'm the chairman of the Corporate Council on Africa. It's a trade association of the largest US businesses and largest African businesses, and members that's focused on really promoting trade and investment between the US and Africa. And 85% of all US investments on the African continent are by members of the Corporate Council on Africa. I also wear a hat where I've served as the past chairman of the Dallas Regional Chamber of Commerce in Dallas. It's the most successful chamber in the world for the most prosperous economic region in the world. And there's an example of success from that background that I'll share subsequently. And of course, in my business experience, I also lead, I'm the chairman of Access Holdings. It's the leading, it's a holding and investment company. One of the portfolio companies is Access Technology, the leading global technology company for healthcare at home software. And then for Africa, I have an Africa-facing holdings company, Cavista Holdings. It's an Africa-focused global investment company with investments in different sectors, hospitality, agriculture, fintech, and just software development globally. So that's the background as I share my comments. Now, going back to talking about ports, I want to talk about ports in a more integrated manner than just seaports. And I want to talk about ports from just overall infrastructure. When I think about a port, ideally what you want to see is have a seaport, for instance, where there's rail access to and from the seaport. There's trucking access to and from the seaport. There's infrastructure around it for housing and complex industrial warehousing as well. So I think the best example of this that I've seen in the world, and that we can think about how we can bring that to Africa, is a project that I'm very well aware of called the Alliance project in the Dallas area, where it's an inland seaport, it's an inland port where there's actually no access to water, it's just inland. But there's a cargo airport that's there, port. There's an inland port for rail that comes there. There's trucking that comes there. So all these things meet there and intersect.
Yeah.
There's some goods that are better transported via air travel. There's some via rail, via trucking. So when we're talking about port systems, you're thinking integrated, and to have all that stuff work together, that should be efficiencies. And then you need to have people that live around the port, industrial warehouses. So I know one of my colleagues on the stage is also a real estate person, so he's going to talk about that. So there are lots of things where when you're thinking about ports, you need to think about them in a more integrated manner, in ways that can really accelerate value creation for the region. And then it's important that not everyone can do all that together. So it's important to make sure as a nation or as an economy, you're doing things where you have the competitive advantage for. And then as a country, maybe you can't do all of it, but look for ways to tie all those things together in a way that can accelerate value creation and maximize impact.
Accelerate. You talk about acceleration. Dr. Tayo, you spoke behind the scenes there about the narratives that we, always push and not always the most positive ones. So how about we speak about those? We know that there are interesting projects going on in the region. How are these things removing the bottlenecks, and how, when they are removed, how are they going to accelerate industrialization throughout the region?
So I would like to speak from the point of view of Nigeria's foremost private sector think tank. As far as we're concerned, Africa is not yet competitive globally. We are 2% of global GDP with 19% of the world's population.
Yeah.
Number two is in terms of the size of exports from Africa. The most recent data show we're doing about $800 billion worth of exports in total. And of that amount, only less than 20% is intra-African. When you then come down to West Africa is doing just about short of $180 billion worth of exports as a whole. So we remain very uncompetitive in terms of the size of exports vis-a-vis GDP, global GDP. To change that, Africa at least needs to fix 4 problems, and West Africa particularly needs to get on board specific projects. I think the last panel already dealt with the trade liberalization, the investment promotion framework, the customs framework, all that has been dealt with in the last session. But West African infrastructure is not meeting its mandates and its vision. Take, for example, we've been discussing Lagos-Abidjan corridor. Almost 3 decades of talking. The protocol is there. We know the corridor will unlock 10 times the size of market expansion that we can do individually as countries, but it's taking forever for that to kick off.
Yes.
Now, the challenge is, if you do not have port competitiveness, and port competitiveness is described in terms of, 1, the quality of the port infrastructure, 2, the access, the efficiency of the access to the port services, 3, the connection of that port to all the other part of the supply chain. In other words, if I drop goods in Lagos, can I deliver it in Burkina Faso? Right? So you have the Lakaji corridor that goes from Lagos right up to Gibia and should naturally, based on ECOWAS's plan, go all the way to Burkina. Has not happened. You have the Lagos-Abidjan corridor, where, by the way, to just get out of Lagos, you must deal with 15 to 25 checkpoints. And when you get out of Lagos, you will deal with another between, Cotonou and Abidjan, you will deal with another 115 checkpoints in total. And we're discussing competitiveness. What this does is that it raises the cost of transporting goods and services between us. So it takes 75% less to move goods from anywhere in Asia to anywhere in Africa, right? We do twice that cost, right? To just move it amongst ourselves. Same thing with Latin America. So as long as it remains difficult for Africa, and in this case, West Africa, to bring down the barriers in terms of linear connectivity, we will not make progress. Now, by the way, we have all the plans. We have corridor plans for all the West African corridors. We spend a lot of time at protocol meetings, right, discussing each of these corridors. But when we come back home, we have a problem with explanation. So this goes back to what national organizations must do. So let me give you a great example. In Nigeria, President Tinubu has attempted to do something he calls the coastal road. Now, what Nigerians do not know, and I don't think it has ever been properly communicated, is the coastal road in Nigeria is part of Lagos-Abidjan corridor. It takes you all the way to Lagos and then continues, right, to Abidjan. And that automatically unlocks all the markets here with all the markets across West Africa. But how we have interpreted it at home, and this is where the protocols we have at ECOWAS meetings and how we take them back home for our domestic audiences to digest is so important. Our people don't care when you say you're building a road that they don't understand how it makes them competitive, them more profitable, them more successful. So I think we must also become better at selling the West African dream.
And this, I think, is the next point I'm trying to get to, because yes, we understand the strategic position of Nigeria and how we want to drive these things, but let's not forget that our regional partners are also doing a lot to advance these things. And I think we also need novel ways and approaches to actually do this and build on what we have, which is where I'm coming to you now, Dr. Obiora. You're with the Islamic Development Banking Group. This is an interesting idea that has, advanced not just over in the Middle East or in places like Malaysia and Indonesia, but it's now taking a foothold here. We are, I know in Nigeria, considering it more and more. Should our regional partners think about this in terms of how they can also be competitive and scale up and go forward?
Thank you very much. As a multilateral development bank, we provide funding for various sectoral developments. In the Nigerian space, we are funding various sectors, including transportation, energy, and of course, softer sectors. So yes, we do fund transport, and looking at continuing from Dr. Tayo's explanation, we're also working with the government to develop transport corridors, thereby connecting various countries within the West African region to ensure that we have our regional value chains do work. But we can't do this on our own. We do it in connection with other banks and, of course, the ministries, that channel in charge of the sectors, yes.
So, I mean, Islamic banking would say to me, you have to be Sharia compliant. But what else is the sell? There must be something else that has made this thing quite innovative. We see the success in Malaysia. We see the success in Indonesia. Is this obviously should be a selling point to not just Nigeria, but our regional partners to say, hey, look what these guys are doing. You can do it too.
Yes, we can. We are driven by Sharia compliant businesses. We also ensure that there is not interest, but there's risk sharing. So it is for the other party to come forward and to share their idea. And then once we buy into it, we can then grow from there. Yes.
Interesting. Now, the thing about us advancing the region, there's the motivation to integrate the markets, one market, right? That means the flow of human capital. People, we will go to different places to put money down. Where people go, money goes. But where people go, people need shelter. Yeah. People will need the infrastructure. So how would opening up the West African region, what would that mean for the real estate and also the more commercial aspects of building? Because look, markets, as I always say to my students, you want to find people, you go to markets. Yeah. The one thing that brings us all together, now market, okay? And of course, we will need the various infrastructures, the shopping malls, other housing. How do you see this opening up? And in your experience, what have been the bottlenecks for you, say, trying to do what you're doing here in Abuja or in Lagos, in Cotonou or in Lomé? What has been?
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nuruddin Musa, the chairman of Constitution Real Estate. So my background is on real estate. And, so I want to speak on that aspect of, what we're discussing today. So basically, scaling up of export, for me, begins with, not just focusing on one aspect, which is the ports, and digitizing the ports and whatnot. It's an entire ecosystem that needs to be looked at, dissected, and really see how we can enhance the entire apparatus of the ports. So there are three key pillars that, to scale up your export and be globally competitive, there are three main pillars that have to be aligned. Now, these pillars are industrialization, port reforms, and real estate. Now, a lot of people will wonder, how does real estate, come into play when we're talking about scaling up of export? But, you have to start from increasing the volume of what you export. Now, how do you increase the volume of what you export, right? You have to start with industrialization. So you need more products to export. More products to export means more industries to produce those products that you have to export. Now, there's a saying, that industrialization does not begin with machines, right? So it begins with space, land, that comes into play. But I think beyond that, the bottlenecks that we do face in terms of bringing all these components together and enhancing the scaling up of our export is we do not focus on real estate as an integral part of scaling up our export. Now, real estate has to be seen as a key policy lever when it comes to making any structural adjustment, to scaling up our exports. Now, digitizing our ports, making it more efficient, needs almost like backup places. So you need industrial hubs, you need the logistic hubs, industrial zones to be able to cater to the port and terminals and the container offloading and unloading.
You make this interesting points about digital. John, you've got experience in this. How can we pull all of that knowledge, especially from the diaspora with people like you, pull them back into this region? We are trying to integrate ourselves, one, in this West African region, but there is a larger 3 trillion Black economy which exists out there. And of course, there are a lot of great minds. I know a couple of people, I think 1 or 2 of them are here in the audience, who are technologically savvy. How do we get these people back in? How do we apply the knowledge, this AI, this digital, into what it is we're trying to do?
Thanks, Yusuf. That's a complex question in a lot of ways, but I'll do my very best to do it justice. And a point that I wanted to get to earlier was that a lot of what we're talking about cannot be done by government alone or private sector. So yes, like Nora mentioned, the role of government in making sure there's strong policy frameworks overall. But for these policy frameworks to work, they have to be created in partnership with the private sector. I do business across Africa now, and there are times when I see policy positions where I can tell there was no private sector person involved in this at all. This is purely academic. This has no connection to reality, right? So it's important that as we're thinking policies, whether it's AI or digital transformation or all these things in general, there should be coordination between private and public sector. Now, the good news is the talent exists in Nigeria and broadly Africa to do the kinds of things that need to happen. So let me give you an example. Let me tell you a story, if I may. One of the companies that we own, it surprises me when I tell people that we have a company in Nigeria called Kavista Technologies. It's the largest software company in Nigeria. We own that. It's part of our portfolio. And we do work for global clients around the world and building software for them. And what we've found is that because the engineers in a lot of ways are resource constrained, access to bandwidth or access to digital platforms overall, they have to create solutions with limited resources. But what we're finding is that as they create solutions for our clients globally, the clients are typically amazed at the ingenuity that goes into those solutions, because engineers in other parts of the world, there's just a lot of bandwidth, a lot of resources, and you need lots of resources, computing resources to make things work. And when I tell them that these products were built by engineers in Nigeria, people are usually shocked by that.
Yeah.
So the talent is there. Now, what we need to do is coordinate that talent with government, the right government policy, and then connect that to all the opportunity in the world to make things happen. Some of the most talented engineers that I've seen in the world are right here in Nigeria. And we need to connect them to all the problems that need to be solved globally to make things work. Now, let's bring that home to ports specifically, because that's what we're talking about on this panel, and that's port efficiency. We've also had experience where we have a large agriculture project. One of our portfolio companies is the largest cassava farm in Nigeria, and by the end of the year, it'll be the largest in Africa. And getting things in, getting heavy machinery, especially in and out of ports, can be challenging. And I've had our engineers do a mock-up of how they can partner with the relevant government agencies and say, we can actually solve this thing to make things move a lot faster for lots of people. So the solutions are there. Look, to have to scale solutions, you need to have big problems. And some people say change your words to change your world. So let's not say problems, let's call them opportunities. There are lots of opportunities begging for solutions, and the talent is here. So what we need to do is coordinate public and private sectors around the nucleus of those areas of opportunity. And Yusuf, you'll be amazed at the types of outcomes that you'll see. And we need to do that in a very coordinated manner. And then when you connect that to areas where we have competitive advantages as a nation, for instance, Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world, but then we spend billions of dollars importing higher value chain cassava byproducts. There's a disconnect there.
Yeah.
So we need to connect the digital technology, private sector, government sector to this clear area where we have a competitive advantage, and then start connecting them to the West African market, supplying them, and then you can scale that globally. The last thing that I'll say is, as much as we have aspirations for how we want to do exports globally, if you don't have a vibrant domestic market in that area already, it's a total waste of time to have aspirations for global competitiveness. It just wouldn't happen.
Dr. Tayo, I mean, you've just listened to him, right? We've got the aspirations, right? I think the region's got the aspirations. How do we drive that even more? What should we be telling our partners, all right, our brothers and sisters, especially our brothers and sisters in the northern part of our region in the Sahel, how we need to integrate further and push further as a unit?
So, look, we're discussing global competitiveness, right? You only compete where you have competitive advantage. So this has to be done in layers. At home, in every country, West African nations need to fix what they can be nationally competitive in. And that deals with domestic infrastructure, right? It is capital, it is inbound logistics from rural production centers to special economic zones where these products are prepared for export. When you discuss national competitiveness, you're only as prosperous as the complex products you create. In other words, if you're selling raw materials, you have constrained your capacity to be prosperous, right? The richer nations simply sell more complex products. And I think that's John's point. There's a lot of economic value added, and therefore their people and their industries are more productive. To change the dynamics of where I produce more economic value added, which puts more of my people to work, it creates more jobs, it expands the GDP, I must solve several problems. The first problem is in the financial infrastructure. Seed capital to start business, trade finance to create incentives to want to invest in export products, equity, debt financing. Every country has to deal with its financial architecture to make sure it works to promote the value chains and the products they want to be competitive in. Then you discuss how to trade with West Africa. West African trade then needs its own infrastructure. So we have, for example, a Pan-African electronic payment system, which allows you to trade from Naira into CD, CD into CFA, etc. But adoption is low. I think less than 13 countries are now part of the Pan-African electronic payment system. And when you discuss trading with each other, the first sign of trade is trust. Trust is, can I pay you something here? You get it in the value of your currency there, and you can send me the goods, right? Now, sending the goods then becomes the cost of logistics and infrastructure. So I think that when we discuss our competitiveness, first is what to be competitive in, product competitiveness at a national level. Second is where to be competitive. This now discusses the infrastructure, national, local, national, and then cross-border trade infrastructure, like the Lagos-Abuja I was speaking about, and other corridors. The last and more important thing is it is businesses that compete, not nations.
Thanks.
Yes.
You know, when we talk about competitiveness, it's not the honorable minister that will go and compete. No, it's the businesses in Aba, it's the businesses in Lomé, it's the businesses in Cotonou, it's the businesses in Accra. They are the ones that will compete. Their competition will be based on looking at profit maximization and markets where they get a high ROI. Now, you know, there was an odd experience we had when Nigeria closed its border a few years ago. We had called a meeting and a few of our colleagues from all our neighboring countries were at the meeting. And we were discussing we had closed our border. I think our colleagues from Ghana was like, whilst your border is closed, 50 trucks of goods from Nigeria arrive in Ghana every week, right? So you then discuss trade facilitation, the transparency of our borders, the efficiency of our borders to facilitate real accountability for what moves across. And this goes back to a point that was made at the first panel. Informal cross-border trade is significant. It's somewhere between 45 to 65% of intra-African trade, and it is not accounted for. So to be competitive, one, we must be able to bring all that cross-border trade into the net and see what it really is. Two, we must provide the financial infrastructure for us to become competitive, at least the incentive to become competitive in particular products. Four, we must build deliberately infrastructure that enhances our national and regional competitiveness. And this means integrating all these special economic zones. A great example is the Lekki Economic Zone, right? The Lagos Economic Zone converges the Lekki Free Trade Zone, the Dangote Refinery, and a lot of that has allowed that entire real estate, the point you were making about bulk real estate, to become competitive, right? But once you start to discuss how do you evacuate anything from there out to the rest of West Africa, we then go back to the absence of the infrastructure to deliver. So we must fix these problems, and unfortunately, there are no easy answers. Hard work at home, hard work in the region, but we must commit to a few projects. And I think some corridor projects are important. I think Abidjan, Lagos is so important.
Yes.
I think a rail that links Lagos all the way to Burkina Faso, Mali is important. It's already in the plan, but how do we now package this investment so that they are attractive to private capital to get things done? Lastly, large transnational African companies can help because they tend to have the capacity to go first. How do we incentivize the large African transnational companies to lead this conversation and maybe put some more of the capital up front, and then we all can benefit by then carrying the MSME, medium, nano enterprises along those value chains? I
so agree with you when you say competition is between businesses and not governments. Governments, I always say that really should lay the foundation for all of us to be able to engage and be productive. The point about the payments, Pan-African payments and settlement system, perhaps is absolutely on point, and that allows the better flow of humanity in the region, right? And we know that it is people at the end of the day that are the mainstay and the bedrock of any economy. The markets, women, the small traders, and then you mentioned this informal markets, which is absolutely vital and so large that it does need to be harnessed. And hopefully maybe this PAP system will capture some of that. Now, of course, you send money from here to Freetown. How do you do it? How do you change your currencies? But coming to making small, medium enterprises profitable and work, how will the Islamic model build that infrastructure? Because let's not lie, it is an infrastructure. That development, how can it key into boosting trade along the entire corridor?
Okay. We can key into that model by creating industrial parks. like we have done in our Center of Excellence in Kuala Lumpur. And we're currently in talks with the Office of the Vice President to come up with such halal-based infrastructural development here in Nigeria. So the creation of industrial parks across the different value chains where we are competitive, where we have our competitive advantage here in Nigeria. Also, it is going to be tied to based on Sharia compliance again. There are also valid checks. We also work with private sector and also government. On the side of the private sector, we're working with parastatals, such as the NEPC, who already have links with private SMEs, also Bank of Industry, who have links with SMEs and can assure of what SMEs are strong enough to pay back in foreign currency, of course, when they get the loans. But also on the sovereign side with government, working with government responsible for ensuring infrastructure, especially connect and Central Africa as well. So this is how we can work together.
So now, Sharia compliant, Islamic banking. I'm going to use you as a clear example, my brother, Nuruddin. All right, there are probably 1,000, 10,000 other, Muslim Sharia compliant businessmen like yourself. If she were to offer you a product, what will you be looking for out of that in order to take it up? And do you see this as a ignition for you investing outside of Nigeria? Because investment into other markets is how we will drive competition, how we will scale up exports, how we will integrate.
So again, while my esteemed panelists speak from a policy point of view, a theoretical point of view, I have a more raw point of view because I'm coming from the ground. I'm a businessman who has been in the business for a while. So I know the challenges. I know which policies work, how they affect the businesses, the things that we can talk on here and shake hands and go home and laugh, or the things that we can actually work on that will now trickle down to my business and affect the global scheme that we are discussing up here. So again, I will go back to the 3 pillars I talked about, integrating these things. Now, we at the private sector cannot do this without financing, right? And the borrowing rate, is high, so you can't go to commercial banks to borrow. So what we resolve in doing is partnering with Islamic banks. So we're in partnership with Jaiz Bank, we're in partnership with Taj Bank, and it will be a great honor and pleasure to have, your institution key into some of our projects, because at the core of what we are discussing here, right, we as a company live that reality. Now, we're doing the 500 houses in Umbora, Idu industrial area, right? And the reason why we place those houses there is because the government has enabled or created industrial hubs where you have industries in Umbora. The minister has created infrastructure, right, that leads people in and out of those areas. So there are industries there and workers that need housing. So that's where we come into play, and we're doing 500 houses. But getting funding for that has been a challenge, right? Because most of the banks do take risk, as she said, we share risk and share reward, but it's mostly theoretical. It is a policy. When they see that the project is going to go 4 or 5 years, they back out. So they tell you, we can fund it, let's share profit. And they tell you, if it goes outside 18 months, Baba, if we do, how are we going to build 500 houses in 18 months? So we need to have a more sustainable funding channels. And again, one of my passions, as I was telling you backstage, is the fact that, look, the real estate market in Nigeria in 2025 was projected by Statista to reach $2.6 trillion in volume. $2.6 trillion. Now, if you put that against the entire economy of Africa, how much is that? You know, I mean, in Nigeria, we're trying to push our economy to $1 trillion economy. Now we have one sector alone that doubles that. So it tells you there's a huge untapped market that is not getting the requisite exposure or support from foreign direct investment. I mean, the government has to, see real estate sector as a key economic driver. For you to move your economy, right, and change the perception, get to that $1 trillion economy, you can't do without a very healthy middle class. How do you get a healthy middle class? By removing as much people as you can from poverty. Now, how do you take people out of poverty and you link it to real estate? I tell you. So people see housing as just shelter, right? And we at Construct see housing as, a step in the direction of financial freedom. So once you have a house, you have a CFO, right? You can walk into any commercial bank and get a loan. Even if you work in a government parastatal, you are allowed to do business on agriculture. That is industrialization, right? So let me just land my point, please. So you have a house, you have a CFO, you get a loan, start farming, for instance. Now your product, whatever you do, is increasing in our exports, right? Because you can export the products that you do. So step by step, bit by bit, we link industrialization, real estate, and increasing the volume of what we export.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying, but I also want to discuss this point about investing in real estate, and of course the point that we are trying to integrate and improve and increase people's lives. Is there a danger, and I'm going to put this to the both of you at the end, right? Is there a danger here that we might put some people out of being part of that boom, that wealth? Because I'm thinking about you, John, and you're talking about, we were speaking about the diaspora coming back, and that is hard currency coming in, okay? Now, we need such investments, right? But I know, Tyre, you're going to also say something else that is a little on the opposite. So how are we going to be able to balance this out, not keep people down, but part and parcel of the advancement that we're trying to do? Because the integration is not just about the region itself, it's about within the markets and making and lifting people up so that, yes, they can go out, okay? That small holding farmer that's doing cocoa, wherever he's doing cocoa, can actually scale up and not just be tasting chocolate for the first time after many years of being a cocoa farmer. So, John, let's start off with you.
Well, thanks again, Yusuf, for that, posing the question in that manner. I think it's important to establish the facts as they are. The Nigerian diaspora, and actually broadly West African and African diaspora, is the largest source of FDI into Nigeria or West Africa or Africa. Let's have that established, okay? And I think that group is largely untapped, uncoordinated, not as motivated. Now, you maybe alluded to concerns about that group making investments in real estate that prices people out of the market, maybe they can't afford, but I disagree with that. They actually help. A lot of those folks are sending money back home for their families to go to school. They're buying houses, they're educating family members and all that. That's a lot of liquidity that the system needs. And in our case, we're investing heavily in Nigeria, and I'll put it out there and say Mr. Holdings is perhaps the single largest direct investor into Nigeria, given all the portfolio investments that we're making in the country. And there are three reasons why we're invested in Nigeria and West Africa and Africa broadly? It's 3 reasons. The first is to create jobs for people. The second is to create even more jobs for people. And the third is even more jobs. So it's jobs, jobs, jobs. Now, as people are having jobs and we're lifting the economy, what happens is they go buy homes. Danura builds. Before you go build a house or anything, you need a job. And to get a mortgage, you need a job in a sustainable manner. Yes. So if you go to the Islamic bank and you need a loan even, you need a job. So there's a reliable source of repayment. So I think it's important to recognize that this incredible source of FDI that's actually very committed to the nation, that's not looking to go out anytime soon, by the way. It's not a portfolio investment that wants a return and it's out. This is a source of capital that has very sentimental, emotional, long-term ties.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. That sentimentality, that emotional thing, that's that black economy. But I want to hear your thoughts about this, Tayo.
So I have a couple of thoughts. The first is Africa today provides 750 million of the global workforce.
How much?
750 million. It's going to be 1.5 billion in 2050. Now, the point is that workforce competitive? You know, it's not population head count, like I always say. It's the number of heads that count, right? And for our heads to count, we must discuss human capital that is ready to compete. Compete in the digital economy, compete in industrialization, compete in the global skills market. And for that to happen, there has to be a massive investment in human capital across Africa. Once you're not making that investment and your human capital is not competitive, what happens is that you have a lot of heads, but they don't count. That creates poverty, that creates inequality, that creates a large youth bulge that does not translate into productivity. And that's the risk of Africa and West Africa in the future. It is, we are generating this massive youth workforce that is not ready for industrialization. So Nigeria is 115 million people, right? 65% of us are under 35 today. In 2050, 70% of us will be under 35. So we are going to be younger for longer as a continent. So it's not just about competitiveness to export overseas. No, it's about becoming competitive in a way that puts our young people to productive work and guarantees that the productivity output lifts them above poverty into empowerment lines, guarantees that, like Abu said in the last panel, they can make savings. That savings expands commercial banks in Africa's capacity to lend at lower rates. That backs the capital base you need for credit to small businesses. That expands our national and regional competitiveness. But here's what's happening. We are underinvesting in building the skills of our young people for the digital and industrially competitive Africa. They are therefore not ready for the jobs for which we are saying we want to compete. Therefore, they cannot contribute at scale to the productivity targets that we as West Africans are setting for ourselves. So 3 things need to happen. One is we need to use government-private sector partnerships to answer the question, what are the skills you need for industrialization? What are the skills you need for the future? And basically unpack our education system to deliver those technical vocational skills faster. You know, the Dangote Group was building a refinery. It needed 50,000 workforce to deliver it.
Yes.
Right? Most of that workforce needed to be trained whilst the refinery was being built. Now, by the way, that workforce delivered bulk infrastructure 7 times the size of Lagos. Which other city are they building right now? What has happened to the 50,000 workforce? You know, and that's the point. We must strategic intentionality with what are the skills we need for industrialization, what are the skills we need to compete in digital, and I agree with my brother, there's diaspora human capital, but diaspora human capital ran away from here, right? For you to bring them back, you must create the incentives for them to contribute. Where are the spaces to contribute? Now, you can tap diaspora capital. I mean, the Indians built diaspora bonds, right? As part of mobilizing international resource. They use diaspora bonds to mobilize resources back home. Oh, of course, we can do that. But if you're discussing mobilizing diaspora human capital to come back home, we must create policies and spaces that allow them to come into ring-fenced opportunities where higher productivities can be achieved, higher profitability can be achieved, and we can get going. And we can do it. We're doing it already. If you look at our special economic zones in Benin Republic, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Ghana, already we are seeing output productivity grow that demonstrates we can do this work. So now, what we need is to link it back to how we plug our workforce, our young people, get them off the streets, get them into skill programs, vocational programs, back to marketplace transformation. And that requires a partnership. It is we, the private sector, that will tell you how many people of what type of skills we need. Now, give us your raw material. Let's agree on some incentives to do it, and let's get it done.
So let's ask the development banker now, how? There were so many little intricacies and technicalities that he placed in there, and I'm sure you recall them. How?
It's interesting to have been on this panel because I see large room for opportunities with the NESG and also the real sector person. But then it has to also be tied back to what it is that we do in the respective regions that we are in. Yes, human capital is very essential, especially with the different groups that we have in Nigeria, out of school children, of course, on the vocational side as well, ensuring that school is not just formal in terms of university and all, but the vocational aspect of it, and that we also bring them in to ensure that at the end of the day, we are able to achieve the target of prosperity as well. So it's for us to come up with programs that we can provide funding for. What we can't do it alone. We'll definitely liaise with various organizations, and we'll take this further from here to see what we can come up, especially since we're already in the educational space. It's also to work with other banks already in the country and see how to drive that forward.
You're a businessman. What are you looking for?
Okay, so I do not agree that we need to mobilize diaspora human capital. I believe within Nigeria, as it is right now, we have the requisite number of skilled youth, ready to put themselves into use. Various sectors and various medial jobs, people that know how to do window frames, people that know how to build. What we lack is a database. Database of saying, now I want 1,000 skilled laborers. Where do I go and find them? I am left to just going on the streets and see people with shovel and say, oh yeah, Baba, come and go and dig in my site. Right? So we need to have data to know, do we have enough? Do we need to go diaspora? I mean, that's what, as you said, they ran away. Let them go. Right? We build the ones that are here. The ones that I want to stay here and grow, we build them. Now, once we do that, create a database, create skill acquisition centers that the government has done a lot on. I see a commission of one in Kaduna yesterday. Create database for those skilled people. So when they come out, people like us in the private sector that need those labor that will be cheaper than the diaspora that he's talking about, go and find them and put them to work. So for me, the essential part is in having a database. What we have, what you don't have, how do we go about bridging the gap between what we have and what we don't have? For me, it is simply about that. as a businessman, once I go to directory, I can click and say, I need a plumber. I need 20 plumbers on my side or 40 plumbers. Where do I go and see them? These are people that once the government has a database of them, become a taxable entity that you're creating. So once you have a database, you can monitor them, you can improve them, and you can tax them.
Efficiencies, yes. So we are fast approaching the end of this fantastic discussion.
You went like this.
We have this platform here now, and we can directly speak to our respective heads of state. What do we want to say to them? How do we want to encourage them? How do we want to say, look, we believe, obviously we believe, we know they too, but how do we punch through? John.
Well, thank you. There's a point that I want to make sure I clarify, about the diaspora, is bringing foreign direct investments. I think just capital into the space. Trust me, you want a lot of diaspora people buying the homes that you're building.
Of course, the capital, yes.
Yes, they bring, the diaspora is the largest source of FDI into the country. I want to make sure that's established. And I think speaking directly to policy makers and leaders is that, there's a lot of talent, there's a lot of capacity that's available in other places, and invite the private sector in and crop those policies together. It cannot be just government people making policies for the private sector when you have no idea what they're doing. I think Tayo mentioned this earlier. It's really continuing to strengthen public-private partnership. It's very, very important, and making sure these are conversations that are happening on an ongoing basis, and there's a framework for that engagement to happen in a sustainable manner so that everyone can have outcomes that's win-win-win. That's my point, Yusuf. Thank you.
Thank you. Tayo?
To the heads of states. If they were here, I would have said, Your Excellencies, a digitally connected industrial West Africa is possible, but it requires your strong political will to do the difficult work. Work number one is we want your political backing and will behind corridor projects. This means mobilize West African, African fiscal resources to back these big investments in connecting West Africa. Number two is we need bigger political will and action at home on aligning industrial, trade, and investment policies to ECOWAS protocols as agreed. Number three is we have to have ECOWAS readiness capacity building projects at home. We must prepare our businesses at home, our medium and small enterprises to be ready to compete. Actually, when you mention competition at home, everybody gets afraid, right? Because if you're Benin Republic, your MSMEs are afraid of Nigeria, if you're in Cote d'Ivoire, you're afraid of a bigger competitor elsewhere, and it's like that. And so how do we have ECOWAS readiness capacity development programs at home for our people to see that we have opportunities, and in engaging and in exporting our products and services, we will prosper. We will not become smaller. We will become bigger.
Bigger, yeah. Well said.
The last is to challenge His Excellencies and Her Excellencies in West Africa to dare to dream. We have to stop this waiting to export to US, and once you see US tariffs, all of us catch cold. The truth about the matter is, I'm looking at the tariff slammed on Lesotho, 54%. And I was thinking, what does Lesotho export to the US? It exports Calvin Klein jeans. Now, I know Nigerians that are importing those jeans from China. Why don't we call Lesotho in and say, look, you have $200 million worth of exports to the US. How do we get you to export those jeans to us? What do you need from us that we can export to you? And use that to save them from what is a very terrible situation. We have to look at some of these problems now as our opportunity and talk to each other more and look beyond the top line. The difficult work with trade is not the top line. The difficult work with trade is settling down with each other to say, what does Accra have? What does Ghana have that Nigeria needs that Ghana can produce and Nigeria will not? And can we build a regional value chain where it goes back and forth? Nigeria is rich in urea. Is it possible that there are phosphate-rich West African countries that combining our capacity will produce fertilizer and dominate the rest of Africa? Those are the kinds of conversations that we have, and it cannot happen at 32,000 feet, unfortunately. But Your Excellencies, from the private sector to you, it's possible. We are ready. We can do it. We need your partnership and your leadership to get it done.
So, thank you. We're short on time. Let's hear from the remaining two panelists, then we can move on. Please, any of you, or ladies first?
Okay. We're a partner, a financial partner, and we're here to work with government and also private sector to ensure that we have the industrialized goods that will be able to trade amongst ourselves. We're also here to ensure that we open transport corridors, ports, roads, and then rails, and ensure that our goods get to our partners on the other side. Our doors are open, and we're available whenever you need us. Thank you.
Nora, 30 seconds.
Okay, so...
No pressure.
So I'll say, Your Excellencies, you're in luck. I think you're the luckiest head of state, because you have the population on your side, over 400 million people, mostly youth, exuberant, intelligent, willing to put their heads to work youth, the natural resources that we have, and the market to serve. So Your Excellencies, you're in luck. Your Excellencies, you are the luckiest excellencies, in the region of Africa. Bring the youth in, rope in the private sector. When policies are being drafted, let us come in and put in our own know-hows on it, because we are in the field. We know how your policies affect us. Let us help you in make the policies better. Let us help you in achieving the agendas that you all set for your various countries. Let us help you build the West Africa of our dreams.
Excellent.
This is what I will say to Excellencies.
And with that, I am so pleased to have been your moderator. Thank you. I really have enjoyed this. It is quite clear that we have consensus. We have consensus of where it is we want to go. Now is our time. Now is the time to build this market. Let us do it properly through a regional industrial strategy that is aligned with not just all of us here, but the rest of the continent. Let's identify those priorities that will attract investments from one another, within one another, to pick up the pace. I keep using this term, advance. We have to advance, go forward. And of course, to be bold, we must commit to build very strong collaborations. And look, there's nothing stronger than the fact that we are West Africans. We are the primary market on our continent. We are the example. Let us continue to be that example. And it's been my honor and pleasure. Thank you all. If there are any questions from the audience, we'll be very, very happy to take them for our panelists. Yes, ma'am. Please.
Thank you very much. Let me ask my question in French because I'm Togolese.
Okay.
It will be difficult for me to ask my question in English.
I need a translator. Anybody speak French?
Ok. Je vous remercie pour ce panel que j'ai trouvé extrêmement important. Je suis Madame Médissa Sama, je suis la présidente de la Confédération des juniors entreprises du Togo, les entreprises qui ont moins de 10 ans d'âge. La question donc de l'industrialisation et de l'export concerne aussi les PME et j'ai bien compris à travers le développement qu'il y a l'accès aux informations. Si on ne sait pas de quoi le Nigeria a besoin, de quoi le Togo a besoin, ainsi de suite, ça va être très difficile donc d'exporter entre ces pays-là. Et deuxièmement aussi, il y a aussi la préoccupation de la montée en compétences. Vous savez, quand vous êtes une entreprise en démarrage ou vous êtes une PME, c'est extrêmement difficile si vous n'êtes pas assez compétent et structuré en termes de management. Donc, ma question va à l'endroit de la dame qui a parlé de disponibilité pour les projets d'investissement. Est-ce possible pour une start-up qui met en projet ou qui a comme projet de financer des formations? Sorry, can I continue?
Well, I would love you to continue. Unfortunately, I'm having some technical issues here.
Okay, let me try in English.
Yes.
But I'm so sorry for my English. Okay?
No, please.
Okay, I would like to know if it's possible for you to invest in a startup which propose numeric solutions and facilitate information to SME which want to export and I don't know the word in English, but I just want to know, for example, we have a startup which is working on numeric solution to train SME on industrialization,
yes.
Managing business, access information, better numeric. And we need investors. We want to know if it's possible for them to support that kind of startup. I don't know if it...
No, you look, your English is way better than my French. Thank you, thank you. I think the question was basically on SMEs, how skills acquisition, how do we encourage, what do we put in to get the best out of them, I think, because without, and you mentioned that before, so how would you go about inputting investments into skills acquisition?
Well, we fund specific skill acquisition programs using what we call reverse linkage. So depending on what the skill acquisition is that you're interested in, then we link you up with one of our hubs who are experts at that. But first, you have your SME has to be one that has been approved by one of the governing parastatals in your own country. And if it happens to be one of the countries we are that are our members, or you belong to the Islamic community in that region. So yes, it's possible, but it will be like, we will need to talk bilaterally after to be able to understand specifics of the...
John, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I think really I'm just going to be sharing what Tayo said earlier. I think about this in a more holistic manner, where even where there's a lot of work that the public and private sectors have to do together to solve the issues. And he had mentioned that from a public sector, identify what are the areas where there can be a competitive advantage, where public sector folks can make investments in upskilling at scale, what that is. And Noura also mentioned the private sector can identify what those areas are, right? And once there are gaps for skills that are identified between the public and private sectors, and there's a market opportunity to go after, capital flows in that direction.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is there needs to be a lot more coordination if you want to see outcomes at scale at a national level or at a West African level. So, Tayo, I'm simply saying what you had said before. I'm just saying it on his behalf. You had said it before already.
Maybe we can take just one more from the audience, please. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, the gentleman in the suit. Yes,
Yes,
sir. Oh. There you go, there's the mic in front. Sorry, we'll come back to you.
Sorry, the question I have is a very simple one. But in a world where technology is at fast pace, Africa, what we consider as Africa's richness is its youth. But in a world where you have technology and improved productivity, then what is the position of having so many youths in an environment where technology actually will lead to a loss of jobs and yet increase of productivity?
Interesting question. Tayo, you up for that? Because, man, it's loaded.
So that's a fantastic question.
Who those mic?
And I think the answer to that question is in quote, we must work in the African interest. Whilst we build a workforce ready for the fourth industrial revolution, so AI, digital transformation, robotics, etc., that workforce must be built in such a way that it solves two problems. Labor intensity. What sectors put more of Africa to work today? Those sectors are in manufacturing and agriculture, unfortunately, right? And those are the sectors where if you look at productivity output across Africa, they're typically very low. If we just raise productivity output plus technology, so for example, AI on farms, drones used to improve, the distribution of fertilizer and seeds, right? Science used to increase the yield output per hectare of land, right? Integration of value chains that allow us to blockchain land for soil fertility tests and improve our capacity to do better. Africa must not do what we're doing, which is smallholder farmers with cutlasses and hoes, is still the dominant way we farm. We can shift to mechanization quickly and plug mechanization plus some of the fourth industrial revolution technologies to work side by side. We are playing catch up with the first, second, and third industrial revolution. So Africa has to play its game, not the world's game, whilst ensuring that we do not exempt ourselves from fully participating in the fourth industrial revolution. So you're doing two things at once. One is ensuring that there's a workforce ready to compete in the fourth industrial revolution. Two, you're playing catch up where we already failed with mechanization. Mechanization is the second industrial revolution technology, right? Tractors, etc. And most of Africa is under-mechanized in terms of farming. So we need to do both. And this is where our governments must help us. One track is the workforce ready for the future. The other track is the catch-up workforce, right? To build our cities, right? You still need concrete. You still need to build roads. You still need to build seaports. We still need to build airports. It still needs a workforce. So what I think must happen in Africa is we mustn't think of this as one or the other. It's both. It must happen at the same time. At the same time, I'm building a world-class tech facility in Lagos. There are rural communities that must be building roads using locally made materials to catch up, to get the raw material out of the rural community to the city and to the production and processing centers. Those are not two mutually exclusive interventions or ideas. They must now fuse together. And sometime in 20 or 30 years, we can now discuss how to upgrade the next generation.
I'm going to stop you right there before you go into a master class. So this last gentleman can have his last say, all right? And the last question, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is YMD. I have a comment and a question. We are here to discuss, to highlight the challenges and the economic headwinds militating against our economy as a sub-region and highlight the solutions. And what the panelists have all said actually have lent credence to the argument that the problems besetting us as a continent are well known and the solutions have been clearly documented. And the missing link, therefore, is the political will to implement the solutions. And which leads me to this question, which I would have loved to ask the Minister of Industry who left, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole. Why will a region such as the southeast region of Nigeria, that is our manufacturing hub, not have a seaport and a proliferation of cargo airports so that we can be making inroads with our goods, with our products into other African economies? Because the sub-Saharan African market is a low-hanging fruit for Nigeria. So we ought to be exporting our goods and services so that we can develop our economy and also grow the intra-African trade.
Thank you,
and
sir.
Then, one more thing. In the time past, we used to marvel, we used to make jest of made in China. We used to laugh at made in China. But the Chinese believe in themselves. They kept producing, they kept perfecting what they were producing. And today, made in China is the alpha male as far as global goods and services are concerned, which now comes the challenge to us that we should have faith in our own, we should believe in our goods and services. We should begin to patronize African-made products so that we can be able to take our trade to where it should be. Intra-African trade is at its lowest ebb because we Africans have perfected the act of not patronizing African goods and services.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And we need to change the narrative.
Thank you, sir. Changing the narrative. I'm going to end this session by saying this. Changing the narrative has begun, and it began some time ago. If you will recall the days before we had products like Chivita, we would import juice. Today we have Chivita, a known brand that is widely accepted throughout the region. If you wanted to buy bleach before, you would buy an imported brand. Today we have Hypo. There are brands, there is value being added. What we have been doing since we have been feeling the pressures, the global pressure, is spending more on our own because we, our own, have been investing in Nigeria. I can tell you this from my own personal experience. I will purchase a made in Nigeria product over a made in elsewhere product. Not because it's cheaper, but because it's actually good and it does what it's supposed to do. As for the infrastructure, it is there. We will utilize it. The dry ports inland, the road being built, as you said, that is the sea coastal road, okay? These things are there. They will be used. What we need to do as Nigerians, as West Africans, as Africans, is invest more here. And with that, thank you all very, very much. I appreciate you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Please kindly stay for a picture. Thank you. Let's put our hands together one more time for the panelists and the moderator. If you could invite the Honorable Minister to join them. Thank you very much. That was a great panel session, right?
Amazing panel session. Intellectuals that understand the very essence of integration on the sub-region. And like I told you at the very beginning, that this conference, this summit, is all about putting the entire sub-region under one umbrella of prosperity and same goals.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And as they step down, let's appreciate them with a warm round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to quickly apologize for my voice. I'm recovering from a cold, and I appreciate everyone bearing with me. Mesdames et messieurs, je m'excuse vraiment pour ma voix. Je viens d'avoir une grippe, et vraiment, je m'excuse. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a well-deserved break and an opportunity to continue your networking. We will now pause for lunch, during which you can review some of the key resolutions from our morning panels, and we will reconvene at 3:15 p.m. So lunch will be served in the foyer, right behind you near the entrance.
If you step out, go to your right, and that's where you have lunch. But some of our special guests, I'm sure the ushers will be able to direct as to where you have your own lunch. But for the delegates and participants, just step out to the foyer, go right, and that's the venue for lunch.
Donc, mesdames et messieurs, il est temps de prendre une petite pause pour aller manger. Donc, s'il vous plaît, allez, directez-vous au foyer, juste à votre droite. Merci beaucoup.
When we come back at 3:15, we'll have two panels. One will be on the future of energy and power security, renewable, oil, gas, and the path to energy resilience. And then the second panel will be on regional access, visa, identity, mobility, and payments. Those are the two valuable panel discussions immediately after lunch.
And just a friendly reminder that the deal room, Business Beyond Borders, is running concurrently today by invitation only. This exclusive session facilitates government to government, business to government, and business to business deals, and will also help see the launch of a digital trade playbook. If you have an invitation, please kindly make your way there. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. Let's be back here at 3:15.
Bon appétit et à très bientôt. Merci.
One, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 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 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. So, okay, check.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2.
1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. Yeah.
Anyone who comes and speak it like 10, one thing they understand is they are simple.
Project. Yeah.
Very, very important.
Yeah.
So you must have you must be able to do a verse like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so it's okay. Like,
Welcome. Bienvenue to the inaugural West Africa Economic Summit. The plenary session will begin in 15 minutes. Please take your seats. Welcome, bienvenue to the inaugural West Africa Economic Summit. The plenary session will begin in 10 minutes. Please take your seats.
unlock our shared success, going beyond the borders that separate. Look around you. This is West Africa, a vibrant tapestry of fierce ambition, innovation, and unwavering spirit. Our fabric is strong and the same to unlock our shared success, going beyond the borders that separate us, to a thread that ties us together in unity of thoughts, collaboration, economic cooperation, and progress. From Kano to Conakry, Abidjan to Abuja, Accra to Dakar, this is the new wave of optimism, of lasting security, of shared prosperity for all of us. This wave consumes division, driving us to a shared destiny. Join us at the West Africa Economic Summit on the 20th and 21st June 2025. Ride the wave towards shared progress. Visit WAES2025.org to join the conversation.
There is a fabric that binds us together as a people. That fabric is our identity, our resilience, and the way we relate. For so long, we have independently pushed for progress, growth, prosperity, and security. And look how far we have come. Think how much quicker, better, and further we can grow when we stitch together our interests and resources in unity. To attain our best possibilities, we are threading a new future for ourselves. One where pathways and connections are seamless, where vital resources power every community without interruption. We are generating a new wave of unity for shared prosperity, lasting security, and true interdependence. Ride this wave at the West Africa Economic Summit, happening June 20th and 21st, 2025, at the International Conference Center, Abuja. Visit WAES2025.org for more information.
Look around you. This is West Africa, a vibrant tapestry of fierce ambition, innovation, and unwavering spirit. Our fabric is strong and the same to unlock our shared success, going beyond the borders that separate us, to a thread that ties us together in unity of thoughts, collaboration, economic cooperation, and progress. From Kano to Conakry, Abidjan to Abuja, Accra to Dakar, this is the new wave of optimism, of lasting security, of shared prosperity for all of us. This wave consumes division, driving us to a shared destiny. Join us at the West Africa Economic Summit on the 20th and 21st June 2025. Ride the wave towards shared progress. Visit WAES2025.org to join the conversation.
There is a fabric that binds us together as a people. That fabric is our identity, our resilience, and the way we relate. For so long, we have independently pushed for progress, growth, prosperity, and security. And look how far we have come. Think how much quicker, better, and further we can grow when we stitch together our interests and resources in unity. To attain our best possibilities, We are threading a new future for ourselves, one where pathways and connections are seamless, where vital resources power every community without interruption. We are generating a new wave of unity for shared prosperity, lasting security, and true interdependence. Ride this wave at the West Africa Economic Summit, happening June 20th and 21st, 2025, at the International Conference Center, Abuja. Visit WAES2025.org for more information. There.
Look around you. This is West Africa, a vibrant tapestry of fierce ambition, innovation, and unwavering spirit. Our fabric is strong and the same. So
Welcome, bienvenue to the inaugural West Africa Economic Summit. The plenary session will go live in 5 minutes. We ask that you remain seated for the duration of the session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch. I hope that you enjoyed your lunch and had a good break.
As I welcome all of you, let me welcome here the Honorable Minister for Arts, Culture, Tourism, and Creative Economy, who just joined us now. You're welcome, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And so if you can hear me from outside and you are done with your lunch, please come in now. Wherever you may be and you're hearing my voice, come in. We're about kicking off with our next panel. And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our next panel will be focusing on the future of energy and power security, renewable energy, oil and gas, and the pathway to energy resilience. We have our panel ready. I'd like to welcome here our moderator, Dr. Dora Kojo, our moderator.
Let's put our hands together for Dr. Dora Kojo, Climate Finance Governance and Inclusive Stakeholder Engagement, Climate Investment Funds. I think we can do better than that for Dr. Kojo. Thank you.
And these are the panelists: Dr. Jackie Cilliers, Chairman of the Board and Head, African Futures and Innovation Institute for Security Studies; Mr. Ibrahim Abdullahi Sheleng, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Climate Finance and Stakeholder Engagement. And then finally, Dr. Ndoko Fule, Founder and Managing Director, Senior Research Scholar.
Let's put our hands together for him.
And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that is your panel. At this point, the moderator, Dr. Dora Kojo, takes over from here.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon for what I will call a very pivotal topic for consideration in this discussion under the West Africa Economic Summit happening here in Abuja. I'm very privileged to be joining you from Washington with the Climate Investment Fund, which I'm happy to say is one of the largest multilateral funds globally, that was created in 2008 to provide low cost, or I should call it highly concessional resources to support low and middle income countries in transforming their climate resilient development agenda. And it's quite an asset to say that out of the, should I say, 12 countries represented in the West Africa group, out of that, 8 of these countries actually beneficiaries working with us, receiving funding to really drive their renewable energy agenda, the sustainable forest management space, and supporting that whole mainstreaming of climate resilience agenda in their development. The conversation is not about me. I'm very privileged to have a very high-level delegation with me to really touch on that issue around the future of energy, the power of security, and the path to energy resilience. And to be able to do that efficiently, I'm going to call on my panel to, first of all, introduce themselves, after which we'll do a bit of a deeper dive set of questions. So with that, I'd like to start with you, Dr. Cilliers, by virtue that you're very next to me. I would invite you to please introduce yourself and to give us a bit of a good picture of where you see your interest in this discussion around energy security in the sub-region. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be back in Abuja. I've been coming to Abuja over many years. So I do long-term forecasting on Africa's development prospects. So we typically look out till 2063, which is the end of Agenda 2063, which is the Africa Union's long-term development plan. Having said that, Agenda 2063 was initiated in 2013, and it is implemented in 10-year action plans, 2013, 2023, 33, 43, 53, 63. So I host a very large website called the African Futures website, And on this website, working with Order NEPAD, which is the secretariat that is responsible, the Africa Union Secretariat that is responsible for Agenda 2063, we forecast along the future of every African country out till 2043. 2043 is the end of the third 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. We do that by firstly looking at where a country is headed on its so-called business as usual forecast or its current path. We do that for every of Africa's 55 countries. And then for every country, we model 8 sectors. We ask what is possible in a demographic and health transition, in an ambitious scenario, what is possible with an agricultural revolution, a manufacturing transition, investments in education, the full implementation of the Continental Free Trade Area, which we discussed this morning, and so on. And then we ask, what is that country's development potential? We just finished, for example, a huge update on Nigeria and on South Africa. As you probably can hear from my accent, I'm from South Africa. I work at an institute that has offices in Dakar, Addis Ababa, Nairobi, and Pretoria, the Institute for Security Studies, and I head the African Futures Program at the Institute, which does this long-term forecasting. So one of the areas that we forecast, apart from these sectors that I've referred to, is we look at issues across countries. For example, we model the impact of gender on development. I think we're probably the only people that can respond to the question, what is the impact of gender equity on development, on GDP per capita, and so on. We model Africa's energy transition. We model the impact of climate change on Africa. And we model the impact of global scenarios on Africa. So the website I'm referring to, African Futures, has got more than 4,000 charts on it. It is a massive website. So that's what I do, and one of the areas that we've updated is just looking at Africa's energy poverty and the challenges of meeting Africa's energy demand. And of course, West Africa, which is very rich in fossil fuels, but is very poor in electricity access and in other sources of access to energy because it exports most of its fossil fuels, is one of the areas that we look at. And the short story in that modeling is just simply that there is no way that Africa can get away from the use of some of its fossil fuels, because Africa has got such a large energy poverty and such a large growing population that there's no modern technology that can really meet that energy demand. To give you an idea, we model 9 types of energy. We model oil, coal, gas, nuclear, wind, solar, other renewables, geothermal, and we convert all of that into billion barrels of oil because else you can't compare nuclear with wind or with solar. On average, Africa has about 3 barrels of oil per person per year. That's the average energy use in Africa. 3 barrels per person per year. The average in the rest of the world is 13 tons. 13. That shows you the huge demand gap that there is for Africa to get to reasonable energy, because you only develop once you reach energy production, energy use of about 8 barrels. 8. So Africa faces a huge energy challenge. Without energy, we cannot develop. And we export significant amounts of our energy, particularly fossil, and a few other things that I can get to, but I think I'm carrying on too long, so I'll stop there.
Dr. Saliers, thank you. I really appreciate setting the baseline for the conversation we're having, giving us a futuristic, research-based grounding for where we are heading, both in terms of potential and in terms of risks. So with that, I'd like to now go to Dr. Nduka Ofulwe. Dr. Nduka Ofulwe, would you also kindly introduce yourself and give us a very quick picture of where you see your research interest and the focus of the conversation this afternoon?
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Unduka Ofulue. I am the Managing Director CEO of Jodo Asset Management and a Senior Research Scholar with Institute of Physics and Ecology. We are also the organizers of the Sustainable Energy Forum. We do that every year. We had the maiden edition in 2024, and the next edition is coming up in 2025. We are also part of the organizers of the first Hydrogen Forum. The first hydrogen conference took place last year at State House, and the subsequent edition is taking place this year at State House as well. The energy mix in Nigeria has changed. What is the game changer? 2020 changed the game, COVID-19. Now, if you remember very well in COVID-19, the price of crude oil went to $0 per barrel, and then it went negative $0 per barrel. And what did that do? It told a lot of countries in Africa, most especially West Africa, that your crude oil has no value. So we started doing so much research on African energy spectrum, trying to find out the kind of organizations that are operating in the African energy space, and trying to find out how to create value from our natural resources, our raw materials, and our energy resources. So the trajectory we see moving 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years down the line, that is midterm and long-term, is unless we start to value African raw materials and African energy resources, we find ourselves in a conundrum. So moving forward, when we look at the African space, especially the West African space, we must begin to look critically at our energy resources and how to use our raw materials to create more energy resources for Africans and for Africa, not just export, but also to harness these raw materials in Nigeria and in Africa, and then also obviously export the finished goods for revenue to be generated back into the country. Thank you.
Excellent. That gives me a very timely opportunity to call on Mr. Ibrahim, or let me be correct, Dr. Ibrahim Abdullahi Shaleng, who is the Senior Special Assistant to the President of Nigeria for issues on climate finance and stakeholder management. So from that vantage position that you sit in government, what is your take on the issue of energy access, energy security, from a very simple introduction standpoint? Over to you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for giving me a doctorate as well. I'm not there yet, but I'll take it since you've offered it. So to position, in terms of the conversation, we must look at energy from 2 points of view. If we're going to talk about development, then we can't talk about development without energy. Now, if we also look at what's happening globally in terms of the climate agenda, and we position it to a petro-state like Nigeria, then we have two different conversations. How do we develop while still addressing global challenges in terms of climate change? And this conundrum is out there, and I know various countries similar to us have also been dealing with similar issues. But I think we need to position our requirements or energy requirements with our realities, right? We are a petro-state, and the vast majority of our revenues come from oil and gas. So the question is, how do we diversify our economy without necessarily hurting ourselves? And that's where I believe climate change and climate financing comes in. It allows us to diversify our energy mix, even from a security point of view, so that we're not heavily reliant on on one source of energy. And going forward as well, whilst we're looking at transitioning, we have the opportunity now to transition in a green manner, whereas some countries now are having to change their old infrastructure to address new current challenges and move into new, greener infrastructure. But we have that opportunity, to start off in that way and have, resilient energy sources that can last us, 50 years or more.
Excellent. These three introductions quite makes our work easy, but also makes it difficult in the sense that we are hearing very clearly that the region is wealthy when it comes to natural endowments. We are boasting of fossil fuels, we're boasting of natural gas, we're boasting of renewables. We have wind, we have solar. I heard Dr. Salias mention geothermals. We can talk of hydropower. but our region is still considered severely energy poor. And when we are talking about energy poverty, we are also looking at issues of industry growth, education, healthcare. We are looking at agri-value chains that is supposed to be generating lots of the jobs in the region. So with the challenge that we have such wealth of natural resources that can cater to our energy needs, but at the same time, we are considered energy poor. We have quite a paradox to solve. And so this afternoon, I'm going to do a bit of deeper dive with our speakers. I'm going to be posing questions that will help us unravel our energy access paradox, with the hope that you're going to be looking at the questions from a regional integration standpoint, because it seems we have pockets of energy across the sub-region, but the question is about the integration. So the question will be more of, where do we see that space for regional integration? Where do we see that space for responsible resource management? And where do we see that space for diversified and inclusive and resilient energy transition in the region? Of course, Nigeria, as you rightly said, is super wealthy when it comes to the browns, but it's more of the space of where do you position yourself in the midst of the whole energy transition. So that really brings me to a question to you, Dr. Ofulwe. Listening to your research background and the pointers that you've made, where do you see Nigeria positioning itself as wealthy in fossil fuels, natural gas, in the midst of the conversations around greening our energy access, enhancing access, and ensuring that our sources of energy is reliable and can drive business to create more jobs? Over to you.
All right. So you said something very interesting. You said responsible use of energy. Let's change that word to sustainable use of energy. Now, sustainability is a very interesting word because it's something that adheres to time. In physics, anything that adheres to time is something that transcends over time. Now, when you say sustainable energy, I'm looking at energy that transcends over time. If we have enough resources in Africa and West Africa, which we do, we all know we do that. We're very rich. But the challenge we have is a valuation issue. We don't value our resources. Most of our resources are valued in international markets. And then when you do a mark to market, dollar to Naira or dollar to CFA or dollar to Ghanaian cedis, you have a distort in the value of the raw materials when you are transcending that currency from the local currency to the international currency. So another project we're working on is valuing our raw materials, valuing our natural resources. And that gives us the impetus to make sure that we can dictate and we can transcend this sustainability over time. Now, if we don't do that, we risk losing a lot of our natural resources for less than its actual value. We started this project called DICX Africa. It's a digital commodity exchange which we're working on with the Institute of Physics and Ecology and various other partners, including the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources, the Federal Ministry of Science, Tech and Innovation, Raw Materials Research and Development Council. And we're trying to see how do we then quantify the Nigerian resource landscape where we actually value these resources that gives us time value over a long period. So the federal government of Nigeria can generate as much revenue as possible from all these resources we have in abundance. And then when you transcend that into the energy mix, the raw materials we have in Nigeria, whether you call it lithium, molybdenum, whether you call it magnesium, or if you go to the softer materials, they all have their specific uses. Now, how do we then transcend this into the energy spectrum? Hydrogen, for instance, the project we're working on with the Ministry of Petroleum Resources and GIZ, the German agency, we're looking at the electrolysis of methane for turquoise hydrogen. Some people are thinking of green hydrogen for Nigeria, which they say is the best. Some other people are saying blue hydrogen, which is going to be better. Why we think the electrolysis of methane is going to be better is because we have a lot of industries in Nigeria. They are creating ammonia. And a lot of them are also creating methane in abundance. So we think if we approach these things strategically and not just have one sector control the entire energy mix, but we have like a 20% hydrogen mix, 10% or 20% of compressed natural gas, and then we reduce our dependence on oil. I think that gives us a sustainable approach over time to address the energy security in Africa and in West Africa. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Dr. Ofulwe. You make some really interesting points about, I believe, I'm calling you doctor again. Mr. Shaleng is going to pick on, but the few elements that you bring in that somewhat broaching on the issue of climate financing, providing the right financing at the right scale to be able to really give us a scale solutions, not piece by piece meal type solution. So I would like to challenge you, Mr. Shaleng, to hear more from you on what are the various sources of finance when it comes to climate finance that Nigeria, or for that region, the sub-region, could be availing of to be able to unlock opportunities, de-risk, and then provide the skill for enhanced access to renewable energy.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think Nigeria has shown that, in fact, the bulk of climate financing has come into the renewable energy sector. Generally, you find that mitigation tends to attract the most level of financing as opposed to adaptation, which tends to be more public finance driven. Now, in terms of the availability of funds out there, I would say the issue actually is the fact that we don't have enough of those bankable pipelines of projects that attracts that funding. If you look at it from a finance point of view, money tends to be rational, right? It goes to where it's going to generate value and multiply more. So the criticism from our point of view is that we've not really been able to generate those pipelines of real bankable projects that can attract, significant level of funding. Over the last 10 years, perhaps Nigeria has been able to attract, I would say, less than $5 billion in climate financing. Mm-hmm. When you consider that $100 billion has been available annually till 2022, that's a poor return in terms of what we could be doing. And now, we have $300 billion available annually till 2030. So we need to really start looking at how we can tap into those sources of funding. Now, there are different types of funding instruments that we could potentially go into. Nigeria has just recently issued a green bond, but I think the green bond program could really be enhanced and made much, much bigger. We have not yet even considered, debt for nature or debt for climate swaps, which are another set of innovative instruments. Given our debt position in Nigeria, I think that's another potential avenue to look at. And then my personal favorite, which is the carbon markets, which it's a new sector, and Nigeria has just gotten to the stage of finalizing its carbon market activation. Now, with that, potentially we bring ourselves into a global market that allows us to bring in non-debt financing through projects. But again, it requires us having those pipelines of genuine projects that can raise significant funding. There's concessional funding out there. There's private debt out there as well that we can tap into. Yes, I noticed in terms of talking about debt, we want to stay away from that. But if it makes sense and if the cash flows make sense to potential projects, I don't see a problem in that sense. Especially if you can have a blended finance type of situation. So I think the funding is out there, but the onus is on us as a country to develop those pipelines of projects that will be able to attract significant level funding. I mean, you do get smaller based projects that attract funding from multilateral development banks. But if we're talking about accessing GCF level funding, in significant portions, you'd want multi-sector type major projects that do have the capacity to significantly bring in sizable funding.
Excellent. Dr. Silias, I'll be coming to you very shortly, but listening to you, Dr. Fulu and Mr. Shaleng, I'm really inspired about the work that the Climate Investment Funds does in the sub-region, in the sense that the issues that you're mentioning about avoiding, project by project, but providing much more programmatic scale, at-scale solutions using flexible financing that is able to crowd in more public and private funding taking advantage of working with multilateral development banks in our case to ensure that we can use systems that work, systems that are responsive to environmental and social issues, and can really help push the government's own agenda, government-led agenda around energy access, is one that I find quite an asset. For example, with the climate investment funds, we've had the opportunity to really push the barriers on renewable energy in countries in the sub-region, looking at Mali, looking at Ghana, helping Ghana's agenda around solar net metering, the mini-grid systems in regions of the country that are not necessarily linked to the national grid. So these are all opportunities of saying, yes, I fully align with your messaging on bringing in finance and one that is able to not only push public barriers, but also enable the private sector to feel incentivized, to feel that their funding is de-risked enough to be able to help them push in consensus with the government that space on energy access. And of course, energy access in this case means improved education, improved healthcare, enhanced industries, and at the end of the day, job creation to ensure that the youth are fully engaged and plugged in into the development agenda. Talking of youth, Dr. Salias, and looking at our sub-region, youth involvement, youth inclusion is a critical aspect of our whole discussion around energy security. Energy security also has its own implications if not well managed. But I'd like to hear from you, from your research work, and looking at the fact that we've somewhat optimized our time very well. But I'd like to hear from you on, from your research work, where you see the trends in terms of energy security, security in the sub-region, and for that matter, much more stable growth patterns over time. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So, of course, it's well known that this part of the world has one of the largest youth bulges in the world. Very rapidly growing population with huge demands on every aspect, education, health. So rapid development and leapfrogging has two requirements. The one is household electricity access, and the second is broadband internet access. Without those two requirements, household electricity access and broadband internet, you cannot leapfrog. But with those two, you can leapfrog in education, in health, and in all kinds of things. So that's the first, absolutely fundamental. And we all know that you can roll out electricity access through decentralized, renewable, off-grid systems, solar, wind. It's just a question of how do we finance that and how do we do it at scale? So that's the first point. The second relates to the question about what leads to growth. Growth comes from three components. All the economists in the room would know this: labor, capital, and technology. When you are a developing country, like all the countries in this part of the world, most of your economic growth comes from the contribution that labor makes to economic growth. The challenge that this region has is that its population is growing so rapidly that the size of the labor, that you have to build schools and education facilities the whole time, and you cannot invest in the better education and health of your existing population. It's a big problem, which means that you are delaying your demographic transition, your demographic dividend. It's a big issue, and we don't need to go into that. But your biggest asset going into the future is the youth. So they need to be educated, they need to be in better health so that they can contribute and create the economic growth and the growth in incomes that we all desire. So I think in that sense, the answer is it's a self-reflecting answer.
Thank you very much. As I started, our focus has been trying to tease out the best practices from the panelists, but also ensuring that the responses you're providing or the feedback you're receiving from us are helping tease out that whole element of regional integration, tease out that whole, what I call the resource management, and also seeing how we can diversify the energy sources to ensure that our energy transition is smooth. I'm pretty certain that with 6 minutes left, we might have a question or two from our participants. So I would be happy to give one or two persons the opportunity to pose any questions, not to me, but to the panelists. So with that, please, the floor is open for any question from any of our participants on the floor. Thank you.
Thank God for that. Moderator?
And I hope that while you're waiting, you're not trying to make the question more complicated than it is already, right? I'm quickly grabbing the microphone for you so that we can take your questions.
Hello. Saleh Mohammed here from Dallas Airport. My question goes to the entire panel, unless you permit me to ask 3 questions. But first of all, looking at PPP and capital mobilization, how do we create bankable projects in energy when policy uncertainty and FX risks remain deterrents for investors? Is there a potential for carbon credit utilization in Nigeria or across West Africa? Thank you.
I think we can take 2 more questions. Thank you. I see 2 hands up, and then with that we would, I apologize. But I see 2 hands up. If you keep it crispy, then we can take them all.
All right. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Naomi Mbai Benjamin. So I wanted to ask, what is Nigeria planning towards like small hydropower? So far, we have talked about the oil, the gas, the solar panel. So what capacity are we building to utilize our dams, our waterways to generate electricity for sustainability? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have 2 more hands here, and then we can wrap up. My apologies that we might not be able to fill them all.
Yes, once again, my name is YMD. The panelists, what will you tell our policymakers in the oil and gas industry to do about gas flaring and an issue that should be tackled as soon as possible? Because looking at it from this perspective, we have so much oil and gas, we're flaring gas, and yet there is no sufficient supply of gas at affordable price for domestic use. What would you tell them about gas flaring? Because it's a serious issue we're grappling with. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we can take 1 more.
The organizer, my name is Alaji S.I. Sule. I am the president of Nigerian Israeli Chamber of Commerce, and our main thrust is the development of solid mineral resources in Nigeria. I have a map all over the world. We are lucky to have everything we require for industrialization, but our leaders have not considered it fit enough for development. We have relied on oil, and oil is failing us. With the new technology, digitalization that is globally affecting the world. I want this panel to think the future of energy as regard to vast mineral resources in the country. We have iron. If you go to Ajokuta, every piece of stone is iron, but we are unable to utilize that God-given facility in us so that we can develop our car industry in various manner that it would be cheaper for a population of over 200 million. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe my preference would have been to pose the questions to you, but I saw the screen blinking red. So I'm just checking to see if anybody will come scooting us off the stage. But before they come, I'd like to give 1 minute each, because I'm hearing diversification of energy sources, I'm hearing diversification, and I'm hearing diversification. But I'm sure you also heard something else. So please, 1 minute each before we run off the stage.
Okay.
May I start with you?
Thank you so much. Those are very, 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 very interesting questions. But let's be honest with you. Under the Renewed Hope agenda, Nigeria is doing a lot. Now, let's go back memory lane 2,000 years. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his presidency and the government are doing so much on the energy spectrum. What Nigerians need to do is we need to wake up. You know, a lot of us here have 5 talents. A lot of us here have 2 talents. A lot of us here have 1 talent. Don't go bury your talent. If you have an idea, or if you have an innovation, or if you have a research work you want to bring out in the open, let us do it. Every state has its own energy mix. Every state has its own resource mix. Every state has its own raw materials mix. Yes, Kogi is a very viable state, but there are so many other states in Nigeria that are very, very rich in resources. So I think we need to go back, take a step back, do our research, and come out with innovative approaches to our energy development agenda. Now, it's not going to be easy because we have a lot of outside factors, you know, stopping where we are trying to go to. The oil sector, the oil guys don't want us to get there. Remember, the power sector, the alternative power sector, we're talking about the guys who create the generators, who service the generators. Also, they also have an energy mix in their own spectrum. So I think what we need to do is to sit back and research what we are trying to get to under this Renewed Hope agenda. And then we can focus on various energy sectors of the economy and also generate revenue for Nigeria. We have everything in abundance, but it's just to put it all together so we can keep moving for Nigeria's future that everybody can benefit from. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lufwe. Mr. Sheleng?
Yeah, just briefly, I'd want to just tackle 1 or 2 of the questions. What do we tell policymakers in terms of gas flaring? So interestingly, some of the carbon credits that Nigeria has received in the past has been through gas flaring, right? So some oil and gas producers have been able to actually generate significant amount of money by reducing flaring. So there's an awareness drive for more of this to happen. Although it must be said that fossil fuel-based carbon credits are probably not as attractive nowadays as nature-based carbon credits. And other question I wanted to mention, in terms of when we talk about the mining sector, there's also the part that we have to understand about our biodiversity. Now, Nigeria has signed up to multiple treaties out there. That means that we also have to look at protecting our biodiversity, which might also limit our ability to, go into different, perhaps, mining exploration. Just thought I would chip that in just for context so people understand that it's not a case of just going up and digging up everywhere and extracting everything. We've also signed up international treaties to say that we're going to protect our biodiversity in some of our key areas in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. My alarm just went off, so thank you. Dr. Silius, your minute?
I'll try and keep it short. So I think what Nigeria obviously needs to do is to diversify away from its fossil fuels, particularly into agriculture, manufacturing, and to use and grow the continental free trade area. But having said that, our modeling would very clearly indicate that Africa would have to use its fossil endowment, particularly gas, because there's no technological alternative. I think we also think that there's going to be a nuclear renaissance that's going to affect Africa significantly, because technologically, if you don't solve the energy storage problem, that's the only technology really available that can assist. So maybe a final point just to make to the comments that the gentleman made with regard to the governance challenges. If you look at government capacity in Nigeria, government has got such limited capacity that Nigerians will have to take very difficult decisions in future to be able to provide the revenues to be able to have better governance. And that means restoring the trust between citizenry and government, which is in many African countries a challenge.
Thank you very much. I believe, given the opportunity, we could have gone another round of questions, but in the interest of time, I hope that you found this conversation very useful, thought-provoking, and has also touched on issues that are not just relevant for Nigeria, but has relevance for across the sub-region. On my behalf, and on behalf of my panel, I'd like to thank you so much for your audience, and I hope that this does not mark the end of the conversation. Please feel free to find us in the audience, and let's keep this conversation going. Thank you very much. Thank you, panel. Thank you.
We appreciate the panel. Can we appreciate them one more time? The Honorable Minister of State for Foreign Affairs is joining the panel now. Our final panel today will delve into the practicalities of regional integration, regional access, visa, identity, mobility, and payment.
These are extremely important issues as it pertains to our region.
So this session will tackle motivating challenges such as the vastly underutilized creative economy, despite its significant contribution to GDP, cumbersome travel across West Africa due to poor road conditions and unofficial fees at border posts, cost prohibitive air travel with frequent delays and cancellations.
The panelists will discuss lessons learned on maintaining road infrastructure, enforcing governance at border posts, mechanisms for an ECOWAS identity card, and policy recommendations to improve air travel.
And so these are the panelists. I'd like to welcome our moderator, Dr. Oyewole, Senior Special Assistant on International Cooperation to the President of the Republic of Nigeria.
Let's put our hands together for him, please.
And these are members of the panel. I'd like to welcome here the Honorable Minister for Arts, Tourism, Culture, and Creative Economy, Barrister Hannatu Musa Musawa. Also, we have Dr. Abisoye Koka Odushote, DG and CEO, National Identity Management Commission.
We have Mr. Obi Asika, Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture. Let's put our hands together for him as he makes his way to the stage.
Mr. Roosevelt Elias, Founder, Payable Technologies. Olusegun Bakare. And finally, Chidozie Arinze. That's our panel.
Over to our moderator.
Thank you very much indeed, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the very best panel of the entire conference. Well, I know it's been a long day. We've had a lot of very interesting conversations, but this one promises to be equally interesting and informative. My name is Dapo Oyewole. I serve at the pleasure of Mr. President as a Senior Special Assistant on International Cooperation. I plead that you allow me to please stand on very well-established protocols and jump straight into the meat of the matter. Our panel today is about regional access, visa, identity, mobility, and payments. But really, when we think about it, it's really about the movement of people, ideas, and goods, and what role policy and technology plays in that process. We're delighted to have the Honorable Minister Segun Bakare, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Benin, just join us. Thank you very much for being here as well, sir. And perhaps I will start with you, because they say no matter how good a seed is, the soil in which it's planted is equally important. All these ideas have to be planted in the right political soil that has the right level of political will, that removes the borders and ensures the right policies and regulations are in place. From where you sit, sir, as the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
You know, the sound is not very good, so.
Yeah. The sound?
Yeah.
Okay, how are we doing now? I will make my question very, very clear, sir. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you, but I think the sound is not very good. But go ahead.
Okay, so my question is very simple, sir, and I know it's one that you can answer very quickly. It's really about how do we create an enabling policy environment, particularly within the context of international cooperation and foreign policy within West African states that actually makes it easy for people, ideas, and goods to be able to move around.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. I want to say to be back home at some point. I should speak normally in French because, you know, in West Africa, people speak French and English, or even we can go with Yoruba. But let me stick to English. So I think in the new environment in which we are today, with you know, this threat against multilateralism, because what we are seeing today is clearly that the big powerhouse, they are trying to polarize international cooperation. Telling us as small countries to choose between one of them. You know, the reality is when you look at geopolitical in the world today, you have United States, their view of the world is definitely to say you are with us or against us. And you African country, you should choose between United States, China, or Russia. And even in our sub-region, we are seeing more and more, you know, the threats coming from these geopolitical battlegrounds. But my belief as a Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I think, this is well shared with my colleague in the region, is definitely that we as an African, we don't need to follow or be, a line or to do some kind of to be, under the control of one of those geopolitical powerhouse. Because what our people are looking, what they are waiting from us is definitely development. And we have to find our own way, to reach this development. Then what can we do as political leaders in our region? I strongly believe, and my colleague in charge of commerce did a strong advocacy against this, on this morning. We have to start by allowing our people to have a free movement across our continent. This is a very, very, very important. International cooperation, integration, development cannot happen if our citizens cannot freely travel across the continent. Every single day, we are seeing our young people looking at, asking for visa to travel, to go to United States, to go to UK, to go to France, because they believe that, the grass is more greener in Europe. But this is mainly also because we as political leaders, we are not offering them the right to, circulate across Africa, to find the opportunities. So I think we as leaders, the first thing we should do is to waive barriers, ensure that young Nigerians can go and do business in Tanzania, in Benin Republic, in Morocco, or in Egypt. And same thing for young Beninese. Without this, it's impossible. When you look at Europe, what built Europe is definitely the fact that young people, they travel across European Union. They marry, people from other countries, and they create a new generation of new leaders, who definitely want to develop their continent. So I think we as a political leader, and this is an easy thing. In Benin, since 2017, we waive visa for all Africans. If you are African, you own African passport, you can enter in Benin freely. And this is an advocacy me as Minister of Foreign Affairs, I'm pushing across the continent. And I hope that Nigeria, being the continental leaders in our continent, will do the same. So every African should have the right to come here in Nigeria, discover the country, the culture of the country, the opportunities, and based on that, Nigeria culture also can go outside the country. So I believe that starting with this point, we will already do important thing for the future. And then after, definitely technology, working together, having the same view, trying to have a clear path, our own path for development, not the one dictated by Europe or United States or China. All of these will be important. But first and foremost, we have to show Africans that they are at home in Africa. Yeah. We should stop with, this habit we have in Africa, sometimes calling another Africa foreigners.
Thank you.
How can I be foreigners when I'm black, when I'm an African in my continent? So let us work on this, and I'm sure that after this, you will find more and more young Africans creating opportunity for international cooperation within Africa.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause for him, please, because I think you really helped to set the tone for our conversation. You're absolutely correct. In this era of geopolitical tensions and a new scramble for Africa, we definitely must have an Africa First policy. And one thing that I think, as you started speaking, that was highlighted is the language barrier between us. But there is one thing that has no barrier. It's music, it's entertainment, it's art. And I think on that note, I'm going to come to Her Excellency Anatu Musa Musawa, who not only makes stars, she's a star in her own right, the Honorable Minister of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is lovely to have you here with us. Madam, your ministry has set an ambitious target to expand Nigeria's creative economy to about 100 billion and contribute about 10% of GDP by 2030. To some people, that might seem very ambitious, but I know it is very possible with the leadership that we have. But let me ask you, and let's think about this just even with beyond the Nigerian context, because there's no African country that you go to today that you don't hear Nigerian music. And even here in Nigeria, we hear music from all over the continent. To be honest with you, music, arts, and culture has fused us together more than almost any policy. So let me ask you, what are the key economic contributors or contributions of the creative industry in West Africa, and how do they foster job creation, and most importantly, something you're very good at, cultural diplomacy within the region?
So thank you very much for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to first of all welcome Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs from Benin Republic, and of course give a shout out to my wonderful effervescent sister, Ambassador Bianca Ojukwu, and my panelists. Of course, everybody knows that Obi is one of my favorite people in the world, but that is an open secret, so we won't share it with anyone but people in the room. And Sister Abisoye, I think we've been on a couple of panels together, right? So we kind of either give strength to each other, or because we appear together, we seem to encourage people. So thank you again for having us. You know, listening to the last panel, for me, was very empowering, but even beyond that, was just looking at, because we were talking about diversification. You know, when this president came along, you know, diversification was part of the bane of his policy. You know, he looked at the growing population of Nigeria, of course, of which is not only the most populous nation in the populous country in Africa, but also one of the most populous countries in the world. And I think by 2050 will be the third most populous country in the whole world. And, you know, he looked at what future do we have for these young people growing up in an environment whereby in a lot of these communities, not everybody has access to oil wealth or, you know, some of the Ivy Leagues that some of us may have been privileged to go to. But in every single community, what you will find is the strength of the creative industry, 49 subsectors, and it probably has become trite for many of those who have heard me speak. Everybody came in here dressed in something, that's fashion. Everybody ate something, right? That's gastronomy. Everybody has a name, that's heritage. Everybody speaks a language, that is tradition. So, you know, there's a lot of worth within this industry. So for me, coming on board and having had this is the first government in the history of Nigeria that has put a standalone ministry for the creative industry. That is a huge statement to show how important the issue of diversification is, and not just diversification, a diversification that has the ability to reach every single community. Every person in no matter what corner of the world they are, has the ability to create content on their phone. And it's not just in Nigeria, all over Africa. The one language that really binds us together, and like you said, is music. It's not just music, it's the fashion, is the food, is the, you know, we talk about the jollof wars. Of course, we know Nigerian jollof is the best jollof, but no matter where you go, but we're working on a unity jollof, by the way, but no matter where you go, the food is the fashion. That is what connects us. That's the one language that resonates. So I also looked at some benchmark countries, looking at this huge resource that we have in Nigeria to see what they were able to do within the creative industry that was able to sort of expand their economy. And one of the benchmark countries that I used was South Korea, that have been able to completely use their creative industry or use the resource within their creative industry to not only grow the economy, but also have this power approach. So that's the approach that we're having in the ministry, to see how we can contribute. Yes, $100 billion growing the GDP sounds like a lot, but I tell you it isn't. In a country that has at least 240 plus different tribes and languages, that's a huge resource. It's only for government to come and put certain variables in place that will allow us to monetize it. Things like policy, something as simple as policy, intellectual property policy, that is able to provide a sort of framework that will not only allow just individuals to add value to themselves and their community, but to add that value back to the community. Something as simple as that, something like infrastructure. You know, we don't even have the kind of infrastructure that can sort of grow the economy. So once we put those sort of variables in place that we've seen put in other countries, we're able to grow the economy and we're able to do proper handshakes with other nations. That one aspect of being African that unites us, the music, the fashion, just the pride in our values and our ideals and our traditions, that's the language that we want to speak, and that's the language we want to export, and that's the language we want to import, and we want to use that as a vehicle to also bring the world into Nigeria, whether through Ojude Oba or through Dirty December, but to come and enjoy the experience of what it is to be a Nigerian. I hope we'll be able to do that with all the countries in Africa in the vision of Kwame Nkrumah and in the vision of Marcus Garvey.
Very perfectly said. Thank you ever so much. Your passion is infectious, and without a doubt, we do believe that it is possible. But I'm still going to stay around arts and culture. But before so doing, I would like to invite two other people to join our panel. I told you it was going to be a very popular panel. Allow me to invite Mr. Roosevelt Elias, the founder of Payable Technologies, and Mr. Chidozie Anrinze, the Senior Director of Government Engagement, Western and Central Africa for Visa. I know they're backstage and they are walking up to join us now. Please, a round of applause for them as they come to enliven our conversation further. So yes, still staying on the issue of arts and culture, according to the African Development Bank, Africa's digital economy is growing rapidly with a worth about 115 billion and projected to reach about 700 billion by 2050. That is very, very promising. But beyond some of the policy changes that have been mentioned, what kind of support mechanisms such as funding, digital platforms are crucial for facilitating the kind of cultural exchange and capacity building that we need to be able to scale up to that level? Mr. Obi Asika.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you for that. I think for us at the National Council for Arts and Culture, just following what my minister was saying, we've had an 8-point plan the minister put together as the policy for the sector. And we've been building the roadmaps into the sector, working with the digital and innovation ecosystem. And we have a number of digital platforms that we're driving. Perhaps the most relevant one here, there's something called CLAP, which is the Creative Leap Accelerator Program, which is about capacity building. And that is really, our target is to upskill 2 million by 2027. And of course, we're gonna have to use technology and partnerships and network effects to affect that. Apart from CLAP, we also have a platform from the council called Origins. Origins is really about global Black connections. I mean, of course, we're not excluding white people. Let me be clear about that. But we are coming from the idea of Nigeria's positioning in the Black world, in the Black Atlantic, in ECOWAS. As the foreign minister next to me said, I think Nigeria has a responsibility. When you look at the world with 1 in 5 Africans possibly being Nigerian, and 1 in 8 anywhere in the world being of Nigerian descent, whether it's Brazil, Cuba, Jamaica, all of these people are playing around with our culture. They are our cousins, our descendants, and the economic power of that global Black diaspora of maybe $3 to $5 trillion a year. So we see that as a key factor. And of course, as the minister said, the music, the fashion, the food, these things move without, they don't need visas to move. So even though, as the minister said, yes, we want to see freedom of movement of people, the culture is already moving. The soft power is moving. You know, our soft power brand is Nigeria everywhere. And one of the things you know is wherever you go, you're going to meet Nigerians, right? And I think for us, digital is critical to scale, but at the same time, it's also about what you put into it. So the content side of it, the capacity building side of it, and most importantly, the financial side of it. So I think remittances are massive. I think what ECOWAS is, Nigeria really can look at, I said Nigeria everywhere, but it's maybe West Africa everywhere as well, because I think that across West Africa, you have incredible cultural and heritage and soft power. The music of West Africa has long been in Nigeria. Yes, as you know, the Afrobeats might well be the soundtrack, but I think Amapiano is also in the conversation. There's a bunch of other stuff having happening from the Lusophone side of the side, which is not maybe in West Africa. But for us, I don't really see a separation between digital and creative. I think they are merged platforms. And when you think about, I was talking to the DG before we got on stage about the platforms we're building. We're going to need to come and partner with them, the data they have, to actually scale quicker. Because I think we have to be able to scale using platforms and getting to more people, whether it's NIMC, whether it's the Population Commission, because the average age of Nigeria, let's not forget, is 18. I think it's pretty much the same across the continent, and they are all on mobile phones. So the mobile phone is perhaps the first point of contact, but the content we put on those mobile phones is also going to give us some acceleration and also an edge in terms of the specific things we want to do.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much indeed. You know, when we talk about all these issues, they're also connected to the idea of identity, you know, culture, music. They're really all about identity. But nowadays we talk about digital identity. And that brings me nicely to Dr. Abisoye Koka Odushote, the DG of the National Identity Management Commission. We are looking at a scenario where we want people moving around freely, but we also know that we need that movement to be secure. How do we, or what specific policy and regulatory harmonization efforts are most crucial within the West African region to undertake or to facilitate the seamless movement of people and goods across the region, but in a safe and secure manner, and particularly looking at something like the ECOWAS National Biometric Identity Card? What thoughts can you share with us on this?
Thank you very much. Thank you to my co-panelists, and thank you to my sister to my right. She's been very supportive. And thank you to the Honorable Minister for State Foreign Affairs. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So identity is a very key catalyst in accelerating digital trade. And what we currently have at the moment across the regional states is fragmented data or solutions that are siloed, especially for identity, standalone identity payment systems, and also have siloed payment applications. So I think that for us to have some sort of success, we need to ensure that we have a regional interoperable model that will be adopted by all the regional states. And we have some examples. We have the NBIC, which is the ECOWAS National Biometric Identity Card, which is being used in 15 member states. And we also have the WURI program, which focuses on access to government services, especially in the areas of social benefits, healthcare, and education. We also have the African Union Interoperability Framework. So what I think we can do is, we don't want these programs all running in silos. I think that if we have the NBIC and the WURI merged together so that we have a single digital identity approach, that would help a great deal. And also, if that can be aligned with the African Union Interoperability Framework, which addresses issues around cross-border interoperability. And then we also need to look at the data protection acts and laws of each country, because each country has its own state protection, data protection, and you will find out that they don't allow cross-border interoperability. So it's limited to that state, that country state. So we need to ensure that we sort of have like a regional agreement which basically unifies the data protection laws across board and also protecting each member state in the process. And I think that would help us in terms of advancing the cause of the free movement of people and goods and services across board. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. For all of you, I've had burning second questions, but I'm also trying to manage our time, and I want to make sure that everybody else here also has the opportunity to participate. So what I'm going to do is a round of questions. I'm almost halfway through the room. I'll go to our folks who are here to listen and to engage with us, then I'll come back to you a bit later on, just to set the tone. But you were talking earlier on about fragmentation and some of the challenges. And I think it's helpful for us to hear from some of the people that have been in, as they say, in the trenches at the front lines of trying to drive this. And let me call on Mr. Elias, founder of Payable Technologies. Thank you very much for joining us. I know you've been doing some remarkable work, but you must have been facing some challenges that are connected to some of the issues that we're talking about. So what are the most significant challenges hindering the widespread adoption of cross-border efficiency of digital payment systems across West Africa, particularly looking at issues such as regulatory fragmentation, like she spoke about, infrastructure gaps as well, and of course, the high transaction costs?
Sorry, I didn't catch the last thing you said. What was the last question you asked?
The last question, high transaction costs.
The thing about the industry we're in, and especially in the region we're in, is how, like she spoke on fragmentation just now. And even in Nigeria, we're fragmented in a way. And now when you go across the border, it's even worse. And I tend to reference the EU a lot, where there are 20-something countries. However, a single identity takes you everywhere, right? If that could be done with infrastructure, like in payments, that goes a long way, where my ID is recognized in Cote d'Ivoire or in Senegal. And I'm the same person, I'm Nigerian, it's still a Nigerian ID, but it is admissible there. So it gets expensive where a company like mine wants to, where a company like mine wants to maybe go into multiple countries at once. We have to redo the same thing over and over again. And in some countries, it even costs more than some countries. For example, in Nigeria, it's getting cheaper to like identify people. But in places like, let's say, Benin Republic, it's not so cheap at this point because there are so many data points and they're not together. And if as a body, as a group, as a coalition, there can be agreements and policies in place, these are things that could be a lot more easier. It makes inclusion better. It makes access easier, where trade can move freely without having to think about some of the bottlenecks that come with it. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Well, yes, indeed. And I mean, I think it also connects to the next question I was going to ask, really, which is from Mr. Chidozie Anrinze, the Senior Director of Government Engagement at West Africa and Central Africa for Visa. I mean, in Nigeria, it said that 76% of cash-only SMEs plan to invest in digital payments, with 90% believing that card acceptance will boost revenue. Let us ask you, from the private sector perspective, what public-private initiatives is Visa sort of driving with governments, not just in Nigeria, but within the region, to enhance consumer awareness, to reduce fraud, which is an issue, and to build trust in digital payments as well?
Okay. So I don't want this to become a sales pitch, so I'll try as much as possible to make it not be that. I think the conversations throughout today have centered around the issues affecting cross-border trade. And I think payments is central to trade, right? Being able to pay and get paid is fundamental to trade. So if we ease the barriers to trade, then we will see trade naturally happen. Visa is a strong partner to governments across the region. We're actively working with PAPS, for instance. PAPS is the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which was set up under the AfCFTA to drive intra-African payments. We're working with them. Visa has cross-border solutions around the world. You know, we have Visa Direct, which is individual to individual, and then we have B2B Connect, which is business to business. Now, the important thing is being able to, so PAPS basically is setting up a system, and that system will incorporate various solutions and form factors and, rails. So we're trying to incorporate some of our rails to work with PAPS to deliver on the mandate that it has. But beyond, the downstream part, which is technology, you have issues like policy, harmonization, coordination. So because we operate across multiple jurisdictions, we're able to be an advisor to governments to say, this is what has worked in Nigeria, you can implement it in Ghana. And in Ghana, we say this is what, and we can tell the Nigerian government as well that this has worked in Ghana. You can implement it in the country. So that's a crucial part of the work that we do to try and promote payments. And then finally, we're working with fintechs. West Africa is a hotbed of innovation at the moment in payments. Cheers to all of us. Nigeria is a leader in fintech and technology development globally. So we're working with fintechs because the solutions to intra-African payments are here. We just need to encourage the players. I was talking to him earlier and he has a brilliant low-cost acceptance development solution that Visa would like to talk to him about. And we encourage fintechs to come to us with your ideas. We will help you scale across Africa and solve problems.
Thank you very much indeed. So many follow-up questions for all of you. But as you can see, the time is not with us. So as they say, time flies when you're having fun. I think time flies when you're making sense. And you've all made incredible sense. Thank you very much indeed. I would like an opportunity for our friends who have come from far wide across the West African region who may have some thoughts to share with us. But I'm going to ask you to please help me out here. I have 16 minutes to have you say what you have to say and give them the last word as well. So in the spirit of international cooperation, would you help me to be as brief as possible? Your name, your organization, and your question. One hand, I saw a lady's hand. Yes, madam. And then the gentleman behind her.
Those are the mics.
The mic is coming to you, I believe. In Nigeria, we'll say, use your campaign voice. But it's a wide hall. It's coming. Here it is. Thank you for your patience.
Good day, everyone.
You hear him?
All protocols observed. My name is Professor Ehis. I want to point out something. I would like to understand what the strategy is to ensure that the local person and other communities who are not covered. Now, what do I mean by covered? Inclusiveness is essential. How do we ensure that such communities, such as those who are physically challenged and those who are not literate at the local level, are able to buy into the concept of cultural diplomacy? Because when we talk about international diplomacy, culture, when properly exported, not only brings you your reputation increase, but also drives economic buoyancy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. There's a gentleman that was behind you. Yes, sir. Behind. I see you, sir, in the white. Yep.
Thank you. I want to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Dr. Tony Luka Elumelu. I'm the Director of Private Sector at the ECOWAS Commission, and I used to be the head of division for free movement of persons at the ECOWAS Commission. Thank you, the panelists, for the wonderful contributions. But I think if there's no local objection, we have the relevant text, one of the best in the world, but implementation is the problem. The protocol of free movement of persons is quite clear. The reason for the adoption, because I've adopted, of the biometric ID card is to enhance the security architecture in terms of travelers, and also give them the identity to be able to cross our borders. Another thing again is that 6 countries have adopted and deployed this biometric ID card. But the problem is that even when they travel across our borders, they are not accepted.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think what we should do is to focus on the barriers, administrative barriers, and the physical barriers, and we'll reach to the promised land. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. There was a gentleman. Oh, the Honorable Minister has something to say. She's my Oga. so I have to defer to her. Please, the mic to the Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
Can't hear, right?
I would just like, first and foremost, to commend the Honorable Minister of Tourism and the Creative Economy for the great work that she's been doing so far, selling Nigeria very effectively to the world. I mean, she's been hands-on, she's been everywhere that she needs to be, trying very hard to promote Nigeria. I just want to say that on this stage, we have some of the most dynamic individuals who have contributed very much to the creative paradigm and identity of this country. We all know what Dr. Obiasika has done for the country in the creative realm. Also, we are looking forward to a country that can make the most of its youth in this particular area. This question goes to the Honorable Minister of Tourism. The first segment of it is, how can we make Nigeria a destination for meetings, incentives, conferences, exhibitions, a segment of tourism known as the MICE segment? And most importantly, how can we get Nigerians, get Africans, get the rest of the West African bloc to be more focused towards intra-regional tourism? We're all too happy to pack our suitcases and go on vacation to England, to America, to China and so forth. But most Africans are not even aware of their neighbors. It's quite easy to run into somebody who has gone to the United Kingdom 100 times, but has never been to Togo. So I'm just wondering whether the Honorable Minister can help elaborate on this area in terms of how we can make it more exciting for our various peoples or within the West Africa bloc to promote each other's countries and see the cultural delights and the socio-cultural aspects which leads to cultural prosperity as well, because businesses thrive down that value chain, and how best we can make the most of it, as she has been on a tour actually all around Nigeria, trying to build that momentum for us in this country to get a cultural and the tourism mindset, even for most of the tourism delights that are within our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Much appreciated. I think there was a gentleman behind you. Yes, the gentleman in white. And then after that, please, this gentleman here. And then after that, you plead with me. I will be able to take only 2 more questions, and I'd like to be able to take one from here and there. So let's take these 2 first. Please go ahead.
One greetings, everyone. My name is David Arinze, and I'm a renewable energy specialist and international development consultant. Thank you so much to our panelists and to the esteemed Dapo for an excellent moderation. My question very quickly, as West Africa works towards greater regional integration, how can we harmonize digital identity systems visa regimes, and cross-border payments in a way that balances national sovereignty with regional mobility, especially for young entrepreneurs, regional remote workers, and informal traders.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. There was another gentleman here. His hand has been up for a long time.
Good afternoon. My name is Ahmad Lematif. I'm an entrepreneur. My question goes to the Honorable Minister Hannatu Musawa, and I just want to also chip into what the Minister of State Foreign Affairs concerning preserving our cultural heritage. I want us to look at a place like the Zuma Rock. This is a place that has so much history, and I would be very happy and be glad to see if the Ministry of the Honorable Minister do something about preserving such place. This is a place that can attract so much to Nigeria tourism sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry to rush everybody. We have very limited time. Sir, in front, his hand has been up. And there's a gentleman here on the right.
All protocol duly observed. My name's Alhaji Goni Dunoma, Board Chairman, Borno Investment, Deputy President, Borno Chamber of Commerce, coming from Borno, the epicenter of Boko Haram for almost 16 years now. And we are approaching the second decade of security challenges in our state and the Northeast in general. Having said that, we have observed that previously over so many decades, there is a trade route from Borno to several countries in the West African region, particularly Chad, Cameroon, Niger, as far as Central Africa, Eritrea, or Sudan. All these countries get their daily provisions, food items, building materials, and so many good things through these routes. And now, because of the security challenges, these routes have really been disturbed.
Thank you, sir.
And in addition, the routes to those places is something that you can go to that place in the morning, do whatever business that you want to do there, and still come back to Maiduguri and sleep there. But not anymore, now. And my second question is about the recent digital ID card that was launched by His Excellency, the President. I want to know, is there any correlation between the digital ID card for the West African countries and the NIMSI card that we are receiving?
Thank you.
These are my two questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I am not too comfortable with the gender balance of our questions. So I'm going to, I see a lady behind in orange. I see you, sir. I'm coming to you. And yes, and yourself as well.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening to the honorable ministers. My name is Favor Ngozi Egu. I am an SLA to the Deputy Speaker and the legal advisor to the Legislative Mentorship Initiative. And my first question will be to Mr. Obi Asika, who is the DG National Council for Arts and Culture. So we know very well that the creative entrepreneurs often face challenges when you're traveling, especially with your work and moving around with people who are performing across borders. So my question will be, what can be done to ensure better mobility for artists, your filmmakers and other cultural ambassadors
Thank
in
you.
West Africa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There was somebody else, another lady. So I think right there. And then I'm coming to the right.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Chine Godson. I've been hearing, but I have my own question. If you get your visa, you're going to London, and then when you get to the airport, you land at the Gatwick, and then somebody tells you you're going to Cameroon, you get what do they call it? Is it stamping your passport on arrival? And then you try and go there. At the end of the day, they tell you your documents are not complete, you're not entering.
Thank you.
Which would you want to go to, sir? That's number one. Number two, when we want to do, okay, let's start from West Africa, and then we want to do togetherness and the rest. It's so difficult to enter into some of these countries. I'm telling you because I've experienced one.
Thank you very much.
How do you do it, sir? It's not about talking, and let's do the practical aspect.
All right,
Thank you.
Just the last one here on the right. He's been waiting very patiently. Kind of might come to the gentleman here in front.
Writing the question.
No, Farouk, I will not shout. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Simon Melchior. I run a company called Cyber Defense Africa, and practically I live between Lagos and Lomé. So my question will go to the two honorable ministers on our panel. Minister Ansatu, first of all, kudos to what you're doing. I think it's fair to say you're a national jewel, so please keep making Nigeria shine, keep shining and really making Nigeria shine. And Minister Bakari, as well, huge respect and really admiration is due to what Benin Republic has done for WIDA, for the heritage, for the slavery museum and the Voodoo Festival, etc. So my question is the following. What can we do? We have Badagry, we have WIDA, we have Anejo in Togo, we have also, several heritage castles and centers in Ghana. My dream is to land in Accra, go through them, and take off from Lagos and be safe, have a safe corridor, and basically enjoy that experience. And we have the Francophone diaspora, the American diaspora, so many, people with an African heritage that would be interested in this experience. So what can be done practically to make this corridor really a reality and to promote it together, not to see ourselves as competitors, but as partners in this journey and this ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I apologize to everyone. As you can see, I was trying my best for everyone to be able to say something. And I told you it was going to be an interesting session. What we're going to do now is that we'll ask our panelists to do two things. One, to pick any of the questions that you've heard that you feel you're more comfortable with responding to, one, but then also make some additional statements that you already wanted to make so you can fuse them together. So that enables you to be able to marry the ideas you wanted to share and also respond to the questions from our participants. Well, perhaps I'll start again on my left, Honorable Minister.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you very much. A number of questions I think really relates to me. And I want to thank my sister, Ambassador Bianca, for asking that question. But I think I can really answer all of them together. So a number of initiatives that we have, I think really speak to not only how we can create that enabling environment, how we can reach also all the different communities down to the grassroots, and also see how we can tap into that rich tourism asset that we have. So some of them, Destination 2030 Nigeria Everywhere, trying to reposition Nigeria, taking our cultural and creative content, talent, exports abroad, and also using that to sort of navigate the traffic into Nigeria for tourism. The Renewed Hope Cultural Project, which Mr. President already announced earlier on this year, speaks to doing a handshake and a partnership with all the states. So we're looking at the unique peculiarity of every single state and seeing how we can open it up. So it's not just tourism, grand tourism, it's also domestic tourism. I think the frameworks that we're putting in place is one that is holistic, is going to benefit everyone. Everyone that has an interest in the creative sector or in the tourism sector in trying to build this job creation, those frameworks will work for them. CLAP, which Mr. Obi Asika has already announced, is really an online one-stop shop for creators. So that creates a network that accesses and the intentionality that we have in working not just within Nigeria, but of course, outside Nigeria. So festivals and creative mobility platforms is one way we can collaborate with our West African brothers and sisters and harmonize policies. So some of the policies that we want to do, which I didn't mention before, was also an incentive policy that makes it attractive for you to come and do certain things in Nigeria, and we'll extend that to West Africa. The investment that I spoke about, whereby we're leveraging partnerships with PPP. Of course, this is another one that we can work and build on this infrastructure. Then data. Data mapping, for the first time in the history of Nigeria, in my ministry, we're doing a data mapping, a very robust and intricate data mapping that is going to give the information not only to the investors, but people within the industry, and also to see where the numbers are within the tourism industry and within the creative industry. And digital distribution platforms, this is very important as well, and enhanced co-production and distribution. These are the little ways that we can within the creative sector, but everything that I do is to marry the creative, the cultural together with the tourism. Someone spoke about Zuma. I think Obi will speak a little bit more about that. But for tourism, what we're doing also is approaching it from the same way, for example, they do in Mexico with Cancun, Al Ula in Saudi Arabia, whereby we're looking at certain tourism hubs such as Zuma, your Obudus, your Yankaris, and a couple of other great destinations all over Nigeria, and driving the conversation, creating the full-scale infrastructure that you need for us to, for it to thrive as a global tourism hub, and leading the tourism conversation from that angle. And just very quickly, I want to give a shout out to a number of special advisors that walked in the Chief of Staff's office. You know, they have been very helpful to my ministry in ensuring that we get the sort of successes that we need within the cultural, tourism, and the creative landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the excellent work that you do. Yes, Dr. Dushote.
We must build systems that communicate with each other, anchored on shared data standards, trust, and political will. And in the perspective, looking at the perspective of Nigeria, we have been able to do something that's very important, which is to ensure that we now integrate identity with the payment system. So the Interbank Settlement, that's NIBS, has developed a payment stack, national payment stack, which is currently being integrated into the NIMC NINAuth, which was recently built to allow consent sharing and also to enable APIs to be able to speak to each other. And I think this would go a long way in terms of bridging the gap regarding financial inclusion. One of the other things that we have been able to do successfully is to ensure that we kick off the world enrollment to ensure inclusivity across board. And we're doing this in partnership with the private sector, because I believe that government must work with the private sector. So we've got front-end partners. We're also in partnership with the World Bank to drive this world-based community enrollment system to help the country ensure that by December, 95% of Nigerians have a legal identity issued. Also, I want us to look at this in the context of Africa. Not every African state is on the same level of readiness. You will find out that some have not been able to scale up in terms of infrastructure. They have little or no infrastructure. They lack the basic data connectivity to be able to do what needs to be done in the countries. So we must meet each African state at their own level of readiness, which is very, very important. And like the gentleman spoke about the biometric ID card, that's the NBIC, the ECOWAS one, it will be integrated into not just the NIN, but the NIN equivalent across all the states. And this is what we have done with the plug-and-play application that we have developed to enable cross-border interoperability happen. So in terms of cross-border interoperability, we need to really focus on the standards. We need to revise all the law that are available are applicable to each region, and make sure that we have an acceptable law across all regions for us to be able to move, to be able to get these done. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Sika.
Thank you very much. The lady at the back that asked about creatives, I think the key thing to say is right now, the minister launched a platform called the Creative Economy Development Fund. If you're in the sector, please go and check that out. It closes on June 30th. It's seeded with $200 million. It's principally for people in business, but there is a grant element of that as well. Apart from that, just in terms of regional activation and things to think about, on the Afrobeat side of things, there are 5 African artists who are arena artists globally. Fortunately, I'm proud to say all 5 of them happen to be Nigerian. Now, the thing is this, they are doing world tours all over the place, and you see the world tours announced. Very rarely do you see any African countries announced in those world tours. So we're trying to push them to begin to domesticate this. I'm happy to see that Davido has announced his world tour. There are 5 dates in Nigeria. We're hoping to begin to see domestic touring across West Africa. Because if you can tour London, Paris, Amsterdam, there's no reason why you shouldn't be in Abidjan, Dakar, Accra, Lomé. And the whole of West Africa is open to us. Nigeria is open. I think that's the thing to say. Food, fashion, music, Nollywood. We travel without visas. So it's the same thing back and forth. It's a two-way exchange. And I think for Nigeria, the most important thing to understand is that collaboration is happening constantly, and it's happening through digital platforms. A lot of the people collaborating have never even met, but they're able to work using technology, create content together, and bring it to the world. And one of the great things that's happening right now is the handshake between the digital economy and Nigeria. What he said about the corridor with the beaches and the monuments is 100% correct. If we open up our infrastructure, and that's the hard power side, we're the soft power, there's the hard power people build the infrastructure, the people are there to follow through. And I think for us in the creative economy, we are ready. And it's more important for people to understand this is the business of culture, it's the business of entertainment. It's not just about the people performing on stage. Because if you see one artist on stage, there's 200 people behind him that work offline, that have jobs, that are contributing to the economy. The person on stage is just the front end. There's a massive back end, and that's where the jobs are going to come from. Because we may not have 9 to 5 jobs, but fixed term employment in this sector in Nigeria and across the region can certainly impact 10 million people in the next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Honorable Minister Bakare.
Thank you very much. I think, first of all, I want to commend cultural creative industry in Nigeria, because they are definitely showing us as politicians what we have to do. Because today, when you look at music, Nollywood films, etc., it's spreading across entire region, and it definitely helping us promote our identity all across the globe. Now, how can we ensure that tomorrow tourism and the cultural creative industry will become a large pillar of our GDP in the entire region? First of all, I think we should focus definitely on intra-regional tourism. This is very important. Someone said before, it's insane to undermine that today there is many West African who never visit the neighborhood country. So we have to tackle this issue by promoting free movement of our people, helping them discover the neighborhood country across the region. And I think the first thing is definitely to work on air tickets. Today, it's more expensive to travel from Cotonou to Abidjan than to travel from Cotonou to Paris. And in our entire region, it's the same thing. So I think by signing different agreements, to have one single area when it's come to air traffic, this will help us also bring down the cost. Because Africa is today the region where you have the higher taxes in the entire world. Not only West Africa, but entire Africa. But we in West Africa, if we want to change this, we want to become a powerhouse for intra-tourism, we definitely have to tackle the issue of cost of transportation in our region. That's the first thing. The second thing, one of the people who asked the question about how can we integrate our history, how can we integrate the different historical places, Badagry, Ouida, Elmina, Anejo, etc. Because definitely it's a jewel for us today. You have all these Afro-descendant diaspora. We are talking about 200 million people outside of Africa who want to discover Africa. And West Africa is very well positioned because most of them come from this region. So we in Benin, for example, we are investing heavily into tourism by building infrastructure, hotel, by lifting up, WIDA to attract more and more tourists. But we believe in the fact that if we want to get tourists from abroad into our region, we have to ensure that when tourists come to visit Benin, he will not need to get a visa to cross the border when he's going to Togo or when he's going to visit Ghana or Nigeria. So we should work like there is a Schengen visa into a single visa for West Africa, or at least at the beginning for the coastal states, to ensure that when we get a tourist, he can travel across the region. In 1 week, he can discover our entire potentiality, within our region. And I will finish by talking about digital, or let's say identification, because it's very important. If we want to build trust, we want to ensure that it's impossible to have payment without having strong identity database. And the work Nigeria is doing in terms of improving adoption of national identification number is definitely commendable, because Nigeria is the largest country in our sub-region. We in Benin, we have today, let's say, close to 98% of our population under our national identification database. It's impossible to even buy a SIM card or get any type of paper without showing your national identification number. And I think we should work to ensure that there is interoperability between our different systems. So a Beninese with his national identification number tomorrow, because there is an API with Nigeria, can come and open a bank account in Nigeria. All of these come from, I would say, political will. At the end of the day. And I'm very happy with, this first edition of West Africa Economic Summit, because this is the beginning. We are coming back to, I would say, the origin and the idea of the funding father of ECOWAS at the beginning. So I think it's a very good initiative. It's just the beginning. I'm pretty sure that in 1 year time, when we'll come back here or elsewhere in the sub-region, we'll together see that we already made enough progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And I definitely will be visiting you more often for reasons that you know. Thank you very much for being here with us. As you were speaking, we had someone who walked in, who is really the brain behind this initiative, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Maitamas Tuga. Please, a round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir. Right, as we round up, Mr. Chidozie.
Okay, I know our time is fast spent, so I'll try and keep this very brief. I want to address the question around whether integrating undermines our sovereignty as independent nations, and the answer is no. I think that by working together, we can strengthen our individual countries. If we trade more with each other, it will reduce our reliance on capital and aid from outside of the continent. We've seen what some of the, Western powers, the impact that their actions have had on some of our economies. So integration is great for us. It will be good to see us do more. We've done a lot already. I'm a payments person, so I do have a bias for payments. So I just want to leave us with three recommendations from Visa. The first is that we need to ensure that our policies around payments cross-border payments in the region are private sector led. We need to work with private sector to understand what needs to be done. The second recommendation would be that we must harmonize. I think in every area, not just payments, we do need to harmonize. We need to ensure that we reduce the barriers across borders. And then thirdly, I'd recommend that we promote competition, because sometimes what we see is each country wants to set up a system for payments, and what that does is that it reduces interoperability, which is crucial to driving cross-border payment flows. At the end of the day, I think it's an achievable goal for us to say that ultimately we want cross-border payments in West Africa to not be an event. It needs to be business and indeed life as usual.
Thank you very much. And last but not the least, Mr. Elias.
Thank you so much. I'm quite happy and I'm excited that I can speak on this and at length. So I want to answer the lady who spoke about inclusion earlier, which is my space. And the answer to inclusion is not necessarily building new products or building new business or anything. The answer to inclusion is education. The people who are at the grassroots, who run the small businesses, who do the smallholder farming, who are in villages, like in your words, who are illiterate, what they actually lack is education. They don't have the knowledge required to actually grow scale. So, and that's where fintechs and other tech companies and SMEs come in, where we just don't build businesses just for profit alone. We should be able to teach the people. So a majority of Africa's GDP is literally based on those small businesses. However, our GDP will not grow if those businesses don't know how to grow. For example, majority of the businesses that start in Africa start as a flight or fight response, where you have to either figure something out or you're jobless and you become a nuisance to society. So maybe they start a small shop in their backyard. However, that's usually where it gets to. It plateaus at that point. In the morning they sell, in the evening they eat it. And by the next day they're back to square one. However, if they now have the basic education on business management, understanding profits and loss, gross, nets, and knowing that, okay, we're in Nigeria, so let's say I made 20,000 naira today, knowing that the only money here that I can actually touch is 2,000 naira, and the rest goes back into the business and it grows. The problem for capital would actually reduce, and then you now realize that business is expanding. The business that was worth 20,000 naira in 1 year becomes worth 200,000 naira. Imagine that at scale. That significantly increases all of our GDPs, you understand? So, and I also want to just quickly comment on the part of identity, where if as West Africa, once again, with the small business, with the small individual in the rural area, they get educated on what happens in Togo, what happens in Ghana, what happens in Benin, and then the lines become blurred. The borders are no longer there, because that person, it takes a lot to go and get an international passport. However, everyone has like a national identity card. If that can get me across the border to a West African country to actually trade, that would change so much for the region. Everything. Because now they know more and now they will do more. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much indeed. Really, really appreciate. One very brief last word from the Honorable Minister.
Yeah, just very quickly, I wanted to say, the first point of contact that anyone has with Nigeria as an institution is the foreign ministers. And I tell you, I travel all over the world. And Ambassador Yusuf, who incidentally is a square peg in a square hole, and Ambassador Bianca, who is a round peg in a round hole. Everywhere I travel, they make me so proud. They represent the country so much. And I can tell you, the country has never, ever had a foreign ministry that has ever been so inspiring, that has ever represented as well. And boy, oh boy, we've never had a foreign ministry that has looked this good. So in this journey of growth for the country that I am on, I am honestly honored and blessed to be in this journey with the two of them. They continue to inspire me, and I will continue to travel the world and continue to say, I'm part of Ambassador Tuga, Ambassador Bianca's team. Thank you so much.
Excellent. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. And I think that's a very good note on which to end our discussion. I promised you it was going to be very interesting. I hope that we have not failed in that delivering on that promise. And earlier on, someone asked me, what is the connection between regional access, visa identity, mobility, and payments? But from the excellent power-packed panel that have spoken to us today, we can see that these issues are interconnected if we really want to unleash the economic potential of West Africa. And of course, each issue each of you addressed could have been the topic of a seminar on its own. So thank you very much indeed, our panelists who have taken the time to share their wisdom, their experience with us. I'm sure you would all like to give them a round of applause to say thank you very much indeed. I'd also like to say a very big thank you to the Honorable Minister of State, who also joined in the conversation. Oftentimes, the minister will stay and listen, but you jumped straight in. You shared some very interesting ideas, and this is the leadership that the Honorable Mr. Musawa was talking about. Our ministers, our foreign ministers are hands-on. They really, really lead from behind and from the front, and that is why we're all gathered here today. But the last people I will thank are your very good selves, our delegates, who have taken the time. It's almost 6 o'clock. You've been here since 8 a.m. and you're still here. And I'm sure if we could still talk longer, you'll still be willing to go ahead. Thank you very much for the thoughts, the ideas that you shared. And I think one thing is clear. For us to be able to take West Africa to get forward, we all have to do it together. Thank you very much indeed, and have a good evening.
What a moderator we have. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, please, the two ministers join us up here for the group. That's the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Yusuf Metama Tuga. I welcome you. Thank you very much. And let the Honorable Minister of State also pass to join the photograph.
What an insightful panel that was.
Yes. And so, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what a day we've had. 4 panel discussions, special address by the Honorable Minister of State for Foreign Affairs and the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment.
We'd also like to welcome the Foreign Minister of Senegal, who is with us today. Welcome, ma'am. Soyez la bienvenue.
And so this is the point we'll be drawing this event to a close. We thank all of you for being part of it till now. All of the panel discussions drive at the same point, ensuring integration, free movement of people, and then moving us across the tapestry of cultural harmony. Thank you, all of you, for being part of day 1 of the West African Economic Summit. Tomorrow will be bigger. The heads of government will be here. Let's come early.
And I would love to tell you which heads of governments will be here. His Excellency President John Mahama, Republic of Ghana. His Excellency President Joseph Boakai, Republic of Liberia. His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio, Republic of Sierra Leone. His Excellency President Bassirou Diomaye Faye, Republic of Senegal. His Excellency President Adama Barrow, Republic of the Gambia. His Excellency President Patrice Guillaume Atanos Talon, Republic of Benin. His Excellency President Jean-Lucien Savy de Tove, Republic of Togo, and His Excellency President of Guinea-Bissau will also be with us. As well as His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
All right. Lele, I need to commend you. You started today with a cracked voice.
I did.
But like a soldier, you moved on.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I'm very sure your voice will be a lot better tomorrow.
I assure you it will. And I want to thank you so much for your support as I had a cracked voice.
So it's been wonderful having all of you. Let's do it again tomorrow.
Please do visit the art exhibition.
Yes, the
which
art
is
exhibition outside.
in the foyer to your right hand side. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Good
See
night.
you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.